Good afternoon. My name is Anise Versailles George. I'm a Boston City Councilor at Large, Chair of the Education Committee. I am joined today by my colleagues, Councilor Kim Janey to my right, Councilor Michelle Wu, both who are co-sponsors in today's hearing. I am also joined in the order of arrival by Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty, Councilor Frank Baker, and Councilor Ed Flynn. We are also joined today by Suffolk County Sheriff Steve Tompkins, who will give some remarks a little bit later. I'd like to remind everyone that this is a public, and Council President Andrea Campbell. I'd like to remind everyone this is a public hearing being recorded and will be rebroadcast on Comcast 8, RCN 82, Verizon 1964, and online. I ask that you please silence your cell phones and any other devices. We will also take public testimony and would appreciate it if you would sign in and indicate if you wish to testify. I will ask that you please state your name, affiliation, and residence, and that you limit your comments to a few minutes to ensure that all comments and concerns are heard today. This is a hearing for Docket 0265 in order for a hearing regarding vocational education in the City of Boston. We have previously hosted a policy briefing at Madison Park High School where we were able to hear feedback directly from the school community and those who care deeply about vocational education in general and vocational education at Madison Park High School. Today's focus, however, is on partnerships and relationships in our work going forward. We are all here today, and those who are watching have tuned in because they care about our students and their future. We care about improving educational opportunities, and we care about the future of Madison Park High School. In a few minutes, I will give a presentation that will provide a quick overview of the work that has been done to date. Some of what will be shared are the facts that we all already know and have heard multiple times, but I believe it is important to reiterate. In order for this work to move forward, it is important for all of us to understand the work that has been done and needs to be done. I will now welcome my colleagues for any opening statements. Councilor Janey.
Thank you, Councilor Versailles George, and thank you to Councilor Wu for your partnership. We've worked together nearly a year on this effort to explore opportunities to give Madison Park Technical Vocational High School all the resources and supports and investments that it needs to thrive. I want to thank everyone for being here today. I also want to give a shout out to the Friends Group of Madison Park. Madison should be a world-class vocational and technical school because our students deserve nothing less. Throughout this process, we've met with many stakeholders, parents, students, educators, administrators, the Friends Group, and it was clear throughout that process that everyone has a deep commitment to ensuring that Madison Park is stronger and that it is providing its students with the education that they deserve. I hope that today's hearing will help us strengthen existing partnerships and perhaps build new ones. Whether we're talking about employers and others in the industry, whether labor unions or universities, these partnerships are critical to making sure that Madison Park students are fully prepared for their industry when they enter into the pipeline, whether it's college or an apprenticeship or a job. So I want to thank all of the partners who are here as well. As the district councilor who represents Madison Park, I believe that it is a critical institution for the Roxbury community, and it has the potential to create pathways out of poverty. Giving our students a training, giving them a training, that's important, but it's only a piece of what we need for Madison. We need to make sure that our students are able to make connections to jobs and to opportunities. Building relationships is so important. For example, we can just take a look at this massive building boom that we're in as one example. We currently have $9 billion under construction. That's $9 billion with a B. Another $6 billion in the pipeline, and it's important to make sure that our young people have every opportunity to partake in that. I think about the bowling building in Dudley, which is just a few feet away, a few yards away from Madison Park, and what kind of opportunities were missed by not making sure that our young people had more access to that building boom. And it's important not just to give them the opportunity to earn additional income for themselves and their families, but it's important because of the experience that it lends, because of the hours that they earn, and because of the relationships that they're able to build. And that is so important. I view this effort as deeply connected to my work with Councilor Edwards to strengthen the Boston residents' jobs policy. I also view this as an opportunity to give our young people the opportunity to be entrepreneurs. So I strongly believe that we need to look beyond just this hearing, that we need to look long-term, short-term, medium, and then long-term to think about ways that we can really support Madison. So again, I just want to thank everyone for being here, for engaging in this work with us to ensure that Madison becomes the school that our young people deserve. And I look forward to hearing from the testimony of our esteemed guests and panelists. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Janey. Councilor Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would echo the thoughts and thanks of my co-sponsors here who have made really fun and thoughtful partners on this issue over the last months. And in the course of our work, we've heard from small groups, we've been on site, we've been out of the city visiting other institutions, and all of this has only reinforced, in my mind, how important vocational education is, not just to the city, not just to the students who should have the best opportunity in the world to gain a trade and to start their career in Boston at Madison Park, but really for this whole generation. We know that the millennial generation, my generation, is the first in which society's sort of problems with economic inequality are crashing to a reality, that our generation is the first where it's not certain, in fact, it's pretty uncertain or shaky that you'll make as much money as your parents made when they were your age, right? We are the first generation where that is true. The first generation where owning a home becomes more difficult with the housing crisis, on and on and on, student loan debt. This, I believe, is the solution to nearly all of those economic mobility challenges that Madison Park, just like other schools are doing across the state and the country, and that is already happening here. Madison Park should be that gold standard of what it means to truly create a pathway to stability for your family, great workforce development opportunity to train employees for all the companies that are wanting to locate in Boston. And it's all the potential for the problems that we're looking at, I think, are right here in Madison Park. And visiting other schools, sitting with the friends groups, hearing from people who care about the school and who have been fighting for the school for 40 years now, only reinforces how important this is, how urgent it is to get it done now. That we have the opportunity, we have all the resources. It's just about marshaling the political will to put funding and support in place. Because the student, I mean, when you go and you talk to the students there, you'll see in a minute, they're incredible. And we need to be giving so many other students that same opportunity that they've gotten. So we have to do our part in lifting up the school, celebrating it. But it's been really exciting seeing this with my partners here and working towards a place where we'll have set recommendations and a firm plan for how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Wu. We've also been joined by Councilor Siomo and Councilor McCarthy. Councilor Flaherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This coming Friday, I'm chairing a hearing about the creation of a Commission for Economic Justice that is being sponsored by our colleagues, City Councilor Edwards, City Councilor Janey, and City Councilor Presley. And that commission is just one of an ongoing conversation that we're having about workforce development in the city of Boston and ensuring that the massive growth and expansion that our city is currently experiencing is benefiting all of our residents. And as the only vocational high school in Boston, Madison Park has the ability to play a major role in helping prepare our students for the entry into that workplace. And I know my colleagues have heard me, if they've heard me say it once, they've heard me say it 1,000 times, college isn't for everyone. And we have a tremendous opportunity, particularly to enhance to enhance the economic opportunity for children in our neighborhoods through Voc Tech and through the trades. And got an opportunity to get a chance to talk to my friend and former colleague in government and former Lieutenant Governor Tim Murray about the great things that they're doing out in Worcester, and to try to be able to replicate that, as well as Cape Cod Tech down the Cape, and taking advantage of those opportunities would be huge for our city. And you think about our public schools, and you think about the jewel of the fleet, it's really our exam schools and it's also our Arts Academy, and I'd love to be able to talk about our Voc as being also a pride and jewel of our fleet as well. So looking forward to the discussion, want to know what the deliverables are, how we can continue to help you guys as a city council, and let's put the best plan in place so that we have the best Voc Tech high school in the state and beyond. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to listen, and you know, this is one of society's holes we have here. We're not training our people into the jobs that are here now and the ones that are going to be here in the future. So I'm excited about this topic, and I thank you for chairing this and also the makers. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor, we have been joined also by Counselor O'Malley. Counselor Flynn.
Thank you, Councilor Asabi George. Thank you, Councilor Wu, and thank you, Councilor Janey, for your strong leadership on this important issue. Vocational technical high schools provide students with much-needed skills in high demand in the labor market. I had the opportunity to attend and graduate from Don Bosco High School, technical high school in the mid-'80s, and at that time, Don Bosco offered computer technology, woodworking, carpentry, electricity, electronics, graphic arts, drafting, and probably others. I took graphic arts, but I do know that the other students that took carpentry, woodworking, electronics did get jobs in the unions in Boston, good paying jobs, good training. Greater Boston Labor Council and the Boston Building Trades under Brian Doherty are doing great work in recruiting young people. But Madison Park should be really the best school in the city, providing job training, providing a good education so that our young people can get a decent job in this growing and booming economy. I'm happy to be here. Hope to learn more about the program, and as Councilor Flaherty mentioned, we're also welcoming former Mayor and former Lieutenant Governor Tim Murray, who has an excellent program in Worcester. So I know there's a lot of work we all can do, and listening is probably the most important thing. Again, just want to say thank you to Councilor Janey, Councilor Asabi George, and Councilor Wu for providing excellent leadership on this issue.
Thank you, Counselor Flynn. Counselor Campbell.
Thank you, Councilor Asabi George. Thank you, Councilor Janey and Councilor Wu, for your leadership on this. Thank you for the folks who are in attendance today. Judith, thank you for your consistent advocacy around this work as well. I also want to acknowledge, and appreciate the participation of colleagues, whether it's the former LG, the sheriff of Suffolk County, of course, the students, the staff, and the leadership at Madison Park, the friends of Madison Park, and the community. I think we've been talking about the issue of Madison for a really long time, even before I got to the council. I think we can't keep talking about it. We need an actual plan. We need an actual benchmark, timeline about what we're actually going to do. And we also need ways in which to hold not just the administration accountable, but ourselves accountable to that plan. I want to be a partner in this work. Recently went out to visit Worcester Tech, and I know my colleagues as well have gone out to Worcester Tech and looked at other programs in the state and in the Commonwealth with respect to Voc Tech. There's clearly a lot more that we have to do. I'm here to listen, but also to hopefully ask questions. But one of the things I do want to add is we are talking about vocational schools sometimes separate and apart from high schools generally. There's work to be done in many of our high schools, including our exam schools as well. As a product of Boston Latin School, there's still work even to be done at Boston Latin School. And so I just would urge all of us to be mindful of the fact that we can't just solve the issues of Madison Park. Yes, that is extremely important, without at the same time addressing concerns with our open enrollment high schools as well, some of which, from the perspective of the parents, are also failing our students, and that's a problem. that is an equity issue. And so I'm happy to participate and continue to participate in the conversations related to Madison Park, but want to also challenge us to think about how do we make sure that these conversations with respect to ensuring that Madison Park is the best vocational school in the Commonwealth or the country, that we're also including all of the other high schools in the city of Boston that need more resources, that need more to serve our students in a better way. We can't continue to have these conversations separate and apart. So thank you again for being here. Thank you to my colleagues as well.
Thank you. Councilor Siomo.
Thank you. I also want to thank you, the three sponsors, Councilor Janey, Asabi George, and Wu. You know, everybody's said this more eloquently than I could, but I graduated in 1974 when most of our high schools actually had auto mechanics, drafting, many trades. Boston Trade was a school in the city of Boston. You guys nod and you remember. Not many do. Now we need to get back to that. There's too many industries and jobs available to our young people that we're not availing ourselves of because we're not pointing them in the right direction, and shame on us as adults for not doing that. So I see in slide 2, you said this has been a discussion through 2 mayors and 3 superintendents. I hope this is the year that we can actually get something accomplished and create the partnerships. We have great trade unions in this city, probably better than the rest of our country. Carpentry, electricians, pipe fitters, sheet metal workers. We have willing partners out there that we need to tap and get involved in this area in our education. So I look forward to listening and hopefully be a productive contributor to this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Siomo. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think college isn't for everyone kind of sums it up. And in an economic boom in Boston that's really second to none right now, we need Boston kids and Boston people who look like us and talk like us working in our buildings. And the pathways that Brian Doherty and the unions have opened have been wonderful, but I don't think the city, as a city, we've held up our end of the bargain. So I'm looking forward to the presentation, and I'm looking forward, as Councilor Siomo said, to put an end to this trend of talking and getting something done. So I look forward to the hearing.
Thank you. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the great co-sponsors, Councilor Wu and Councilor Janey, for your leadership on this. Obviously, looking forward to hearing from each and every one of you, but suffice it to say, I stand fully committed to doing whatever we can to not only support and grow VoCTech opportunities and programs, but make sure that our young people have every opportunity that's also reflective of the time that we are living in. And I'd love to see a renewed focus on sort of green energy and the green economy as well. As has been said, it's great to see my dear friend, our former Lieutenant Governor Tim Murray. Looking forward to hearing more about Worcester Tech and the great work that he has shepherded there along with his colleagues, as well as Sheriff Tompkins as well. And looking forward to hearing from the young people especially. So thank you for your leadership on this, and looking forward to a great hearing.
Thank you, Councilor. And I do have a letter for the record from Councilor Presley. Dear Madam Chairwoman, I regret that due to my previously scheduled new member of Congress orientation in Washington, D.C., I will not be able to attend today's Committee on Education hearing regarding vocational education. I want to thank the Chair for hosting this hearing and the author of this order for elevating this critical conversation. The partnerships between the City of Boston, Boston Public Schools Department, vocational schools, and the community are critical to combating income inequality and creating pathways to careers. Schools like Madison Park High School should be leaders in vocational education and deserve to be supported as a gem of our school district. I will continue to advocate for vocational education and look forward to lifting up community, family, and student voices in this conversation. I look forward to reviewing the recording and will have a staff present. That's on behalf of Councilor Congresswoman-elect Presley. At this time, I do have a PowerPoint presentation to present to the audience, but I know that Sheriff Tompkins has to leave us shortly and wanted to give some testimonies. So at this point, I welcome you, Sheriff Tompkins, to do so.
Well, thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to thank the 3 counselors that are driving this initiative and this discussion, and I want to thank Councilor Flaherty for welcoming me as the 14th city councilor. That's really nice. Where is he? He's gone, huh? Okay. Maybe I'm the 13th now. How about that? Listen, it's great to see former Lieutenant Governor Tim Murray here, particularly in the office that he holds now at the Worcester Chamber of Commerce. But I also want to recognize Dr. Val Robinson from Roxbury Community College, Dr. Aisha Francis, Chief of Staff over at the Ben Franklin Institute of Technology, and Neil Sullivan from the Private Industry Council. And I'm sure there are others that I didn't name, but I wanted to shout these folks out to say how heartened I am to see this type of gathering and these folks here to talk about a very important issue. Clearly, as the sheriff of Suffolk County, we see far too many folk that should be employed, that should not be imprisoned. Far too many of our youngsters, far too many black and brown and poor individuals wind up in jail. And so I think it's beyond time to replace the school to prison pipeline with a cradle to career pipeline. And when you talk about vocational education, I agree with the counselors that mentioned the fact that college is not for everyone. A lot of people cannot afford a college education. Recently, I had the master bathroom redone at my house, and that cost over $20,000. And this was to a gentleman who was a skilled craftsman, but not a college-educated craftsman. He knew his job, and he knew it well. I've talked to a number of the unions, and the unions are also looking for very capable men and women to join their ranks. And as one of the union presidents mentioned to me, he said, look, we don't really give a hoot about the fact that guys and ladies may have been incarcerated for a while. What we're looking for is people that understand how to comport themselves professionally on the job site, including punctuality and all that comes with that. And so when you talk about vocational education, I see that as a pipeline, frankly, to meaningful jobs where people can take care of their families and take care of their communities. And in the absence of that, all hell can break loose. And so I actually just came to listen because I am very interested in what's going to transpire here today. I will say this also. I was very happy to meet Mr. McCaskill a few moments ago. I will say this, sir, that I have been dismayed at what's gone on at Madison Park prior to your arrival there. I do believe that that is a quality school that can do a lot for the citizens of Boston and the surrounding areas, but it really is going to require quality leadership. And for far too long, it's been kind of this up and down situation over there that I know you're very familiar with. My understanding is that you're very skilled at what you do, that you've come from Springfield doing the same thing. And so I'm looking for that expertise. If there's anything that we can do at the Sheriff's Department to help, we would love to be able to help. And I will close by saying this. In February, I took one of our units and I dedicated that unit to the 18 to 25-year-old cohort. As we know, the brain does not fully mature until you're 25 or 26 years old. And so we removed some of the younger guys, and we say guys because I have over 1,000 guys, but I only have about 80 women in my facility. But we took some of the younger guys and we matched them up with some guys that are going to be with us for a long time. And what we've said to these younger guys is that you need to learn from these older guys. You need to listen to them so you don't wind up where they're at. In fact, that's one of them calling me now, right? I'm only kidding. We don't want people in jail. We want people in jobs. We want people in vocational jobs, carpentry, landscaping, custodial maintenance, painting, printing. We offer that inside of our facility in a program that we started a while ago called the Common Ground Institute, where we place a very serious focus on vocational education. On average, my inmate population has a 6th grade math and literacy proficiency level. More than likely, they will not go on to college. But that does not mean that they don't need a job that's going to be able to take care of them and take care of their families. So that's what I'm looking for and listening for in this discussion today, how you're going to bring Madison Park to that apex and how we as citizens can be helpful to you. And so I appreciate the opportunity to say those words, but we at the Sheriff's Department think it's crucially important to keep our young folk out of the penal system and to keep them in their communities and with their families and be productive citizens. So I thank you so very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Sheriff, and I appreciate you being here and sharing your work to date. I'm going to get started with the PowerPoint that was put together just to wrap up some of the work that we've done to date. I think there was a handout printed, so you should all have it, because I know some of the fonts is small. I didn't follow the typical, what I should have followed, what I used to teach when my kids would do PowerPoints, the 5x5, because we've done a lot of work to date, and I'm very proud of what we've been able to accomplish so far. And as much as we'd like to wrap it up and have some solutions and responses and movement going forward, I think we'll have some ideas of what we need to do going forward. I just wanted to share the work that we've been able to do. So just to date is really just outlining some of the work since February when this hearing order was originally filed. There are always questions about, well, then what happens on the hearing order? And there was a lot of prep work that we did as a team, ourselves as counselors, and then certainly the involvement of our respective staffs in this work, including in our first stop, a visit to Madison Park, and to really understand from the students' perspective, from the staff and faculty's perspective, as well as the parents and the friends of Madison, what's happening there, what are the strengths, what are the real celebrations, the real successes, but then also where are the challenges, where is the work that remains undone. We've also, and I do want to thank the Friends of Madison, Councilor Janey and others have thanked them, but they have been incredibly persistent in pushing us in this work over the course of the last year, and then some, but since this formal process has begun. We also have met with and had our policy briefing series at Madison a few months ago, and really had an opportunity to stretch our legs on some of the work that we have been building towards, as well as the Alliance for Vocational and Technical Ed. The former Lieutenant Governor is here representing them, as well as others, and they'll give public testimony a little bit later. We also toured Worcester Tech, as well as Minuteman Regional. And then I went out and met with the folks of MAVA. I'd like to thank Kevin Farr, who's their executive director, for his real leadership, partnership, and collaboration in this work and support in this work, as well as some conversations with folks at the State Department of Ed here in the Commonwealth. So I just want to outline some of the things that we know. There's a wait list across the state that is very deep. 5,400 students are waiting to get into one of the Commonwealth's vocational or technical education schools. Of the Chapter 74 approved vocational technical programs, that is the state funding that comes through these schools, that supports these schools. The breakdown is as such. There are 26 regional vocational technical school districts. Some of these schools represent a number of communities, not just one. Madison here in the city of Boston just represents Boston. There are 9 academic regional school districts, 31 local school districts, 20 agricultural and technical school districts, 1 independent vocational agricultural school district, 1 educational collaborative. From Boston, last school year, we had 34 students placed outside of the city to 4 different vocational technical schools, and that cost the district over $700,000. That number is really low because in the few years prior to the school year 17-18, we stopped the active practice of sending kids outside the district. So that number has shrunk tremendously over the years. Unfortunately, I don't think that we've captured the students who have chosen, who have had a desire to go to vocational or technical education schools outside of the district. We have not been able to receive them at Madison Park for lots of different reasons. And so some of the themes, I think it's really important to share the mission of Madison Park, and I think we all share its mission together and support its mission. But I want to read it because it does guide not only the work that happens at Madison Park, but it should be a guiding force for the district, as well as a guiding force for us looking to support and improve what's happening at Madison. So I will read it out loud. It's to provide our diverse student population with the opportunity to acquire an integrated vocational and academic education, individualized instruction, applied learning and worksite experience, and to prepare all students to succeed in technologically advanced careers and post-secondary education. And some of the things that we heard during our time visiting with the folks at Madison Park, as well schools, the friends, and I use that term loosely, those of us that care about Madison. The challenges that we heard over the course of this visit has been about the admissions policy, or a lack of an admissions policy, that the student assignment process isn't as thoughtful as it should be, that there are a lack of very deep and long-lasting and meaningful partnerships. There are some really significant partnerships, but they are very few, that we need deeper and more partnerships for our students to access the opportunities as mentioned in the mission statement, that the relationship with the Boston Public Schools and the central office needs to be vastly improved, that there are also some significant funding changes. Like many other vocational and technical education schools across the district, the funding is done differently in the city of Boston, where the funding goes directly to many of these, to almost all of these other schools. They act as independent school districts. Chapter 74 funding flows through the school district, gets distributed to Madison Park, but also gets distributed to other schools that have CTE programs and the like. So that needs to, I think, certainly be improved upon. The Friends of Madison Park, some of the highlights of our visit with the Friends groups over the last year, really talked about the length of time this conversation has happened, both that we've had two mayors, and we know in Boston, although Mayor Walsh has only been with us for 5 years, that previously Mayor Menino was with us for 20 years, and that's a significant amount of time. We've also had 3 superintendents in that time frame. The innovation plan that was written in 2012 had never been adopted. That we need to improve the connection between the city, the school department, and Madison Park. That there are significant budget restraints, that CTE across the Boston Public Schools, and something that we talk a lot about, giving access to a variety of programming across our district, actually hurts Madison. So how do we fix that problem? And that we're not treating our school and our students as fairly as we should be, or as appropriately as we should be. They're not the priority. And that the leadership structure of the school and the communication with the community and those that care about Madison, both internally and externally, is not always ideal. We also met with the Alliance for Vocational and Technical Ed in Massachusetts and talked about the number of vacant seats at Madison. There are 500 open seats at Madison Park. Remember, there are 5,400 students on wait lists across the Commonwealth. There is a need and a desire for this type of programming. Worcester Tech, for example, has 500, and Greater Lawrence Vocational Technical School has 800 on the waiting list. That there are over 3,000 kids across the state that are found. We think it's actually 5,400. I'm sorry, I don't know why those two numbers are different. But that industry in general also wants to be much more involved in what's happening at Madison Park to support it. Now am I going backwards? Sorry, I get to the right page, but this is for everyone at home that's watching. Here we go. All right, so Worcester Tech was really a very exciting trip for us to take out there. We had a pretty good-sized group and learned that every 8th grader that could apply to Worcester Tech is invited, receives an application in the mail to apply to Worcester Tech, and that the school also provides transportation for tours of the school during that application process. They have a Skyline Bistro. We know how successful our culinary arts program has been at Madison, and this really struck, I know, Councilor Wu and I, that the restaurant at Worcester Tech is open to the public. They even have priority parking spaces out front if you're coming in for lunch during the day. There is a veterinarian clinic where students are partnered up with students from Tufts, and that clinic is also open to the public for vet care throughout the day, and it is operated like a regular business, and people are coming in and out, and it's a great spot not only for the high school students, but the university students as well, the vet students, to participate and grooming to surgery. It was quite fascinating. And, we talked a lot about college isn't for everyone here, but these programs have also offered opportunities not just to enter the workforce, but to be exposed to some incredible opportunities for college and post-secondary education. There's also an on-site daycare, which is part of Worcester Public Schools, that has students focused on early childhood education. And sorry, I'm laughing at myself for a minute. We saw, so those kids in the early ed program are working in that daycare, and it's part of the Worcester Public Schools. We talk a lot here on the council about our desire to expand access to early ed seats, K0, K1. We could be doing this in partnership with some of our high schools. We found a lot of the same things at Minuteman Regional High School. They have a very strong autonomy with a advisory board. They are in an independent school district, and they have the autonomy with their board to make decisions in areas such as curriculum development, business relationships, as well as budgeting, designing their own budget, how they are spending their funds. And that autonomy certainly doesn't mean that they aren't held accountable. There are lots of pressure points on that school community to be successful. And one of those pressure points one of the responses has been that school campus is open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. We saw that in Worcester as well. It's a full day experience for the students, and then the community and some of the local colleges also using that space at the same time. There's a real relationship between sending schools with very active engagement and recruitment for 8th graders across their district and their sending schools. They have a very robust application process that reflects the time frame of the admissions decisions for other schools in the area, so that families are applying to that high school experience across the board. 47% of the student population at Minuteman is on an IEP or 504, and there's often a conversation about the role of students who require special education services, that they are too a part of this process and very active in the application process and very active and successful students at the school. I mentioned the programming on the campus from 6 to 10 p.m. They receive 100% of their Chapter 74 funds directly from the state to that school district of Minuteman Regional Tech. And they currently have a new building under under construction, and just a caveat with school safety front of mind for some of those design elements. But when they went through the process of designing that new school, they did it very actively to be able to engage the community in their services. So the auto mechanic bays are outward facing so that the public can access those services. The restaurant will be better suited for the public to be able to access those resources. We heard a lot over the course of this over the last year about an innovation plan from 2012 that really reflected a lot of our own findings over the course of our work regarding Madison, but also has reflected a lot of the comments of those that might have been around during the 2012 implementation plan writing. But again, the themes are very much the same. You can read them here. But something that I wanted to highlight is this idea that with an improved school programming, with improved school climate, with improved access to better programming, that we would see a very direct correlation with reducing absenteeism. And I know absenteeism and tardiness is something that the district has really looked to do across the district. So, and going into an innovation status could be the response to not being an independent school district. I think it's changed on me. There we go. All right, so our last page, before we turn it over to our panel, are some of the recommendations that we have from our work. And I've graded them short, which would be next school year, medium, which would be the school year after, and longer term, which would be the school year after. I know most long-term plans last much further out into the future, but I do believe, and I think that we all believe here, that we don't have that much time to waste. So this is certainly an accelerated process. But the first recommendation, because we heard a lot about the budget process, and we know very directly how much budgets impact what we're able to do in our schools. But a budget process, improvements as it relates to Chapter 74 funds that are directly sent to the Boston Public Schools. We need to reformulate how we are funding Madison Park in particular. We need to prioritize the Madison Park campus as part of the Build BPS investment. And I put short and long there because we are in the midst of our Build BPS Phase 2 community conversations. Decisions are being made about how money will be spent and what schools will be renovated over the next 10 years or so. We need to create a real plan for partnership with outside partners, employers, and potential funders. With some of the uncertainty that's always existed around Madison Park, it has been a real barrier for outside partners to fully commit to the Madison community, and we realize that we need this. Over and over, we heard about the admissions policy, the application policy. That needs to happen and happen pretty quickly. We recognize a real need at Madison for a very robust and thorough application process. We need to complete a program analysis in partnership with our industry leaders. We need to make sure what's happening at Madison, what programs are offered at Madison, is what the workforce is asking for in the future, so that when you're done at Madison, your time at Madison can also be spent in the workplace, and meaningful employment that will also help pay the bills and help you have a lifelong time here in Boston, should you choose to continue to live here. And then we also need to look, I think, in the short term to decide what does happen with the 2012 implementation plan that was suggested that many years ago. It's still a fairly relevant document. I think that needs to have a serious look at and understand whether or not that's something that the Madison community and everyone else that's interested in Madison wants to go forward. Okay, I have gone on long enough. We've got a great first panel here that we look forward to hearing from. If each of you would introduce yourself and share any comments that you'd like to have. Kevin, I'd like to start with we would start here. We'll start with Ms. Dickens at the end. If you'd introduce yourself, and if you've got comments, the microphone will go on for you. I appreciate everyone for indulging me in our little PowerPoint presentation here. Ms. Dickens, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Brett Dickens. I'm the interim headmaster at Madison Park. Thrilled to be here, and thank you all for your support and for your comments. We need and value the support of all of you and all of the partners that we see in the room. It's very exciting to have everyone in one room. I can assure you that we are working day and night to improve Madison Park, and I think the results that we're seeing over the past few years speak for themselves. The graduation rate is up. The number of credentials our students are receiving is up. Our enrollment in dual enrollment programs, in AP courses, by any metric, we're making progress, but we're just beginning that fight, and we appreciate everyone's support.
All right, hi, my name is Melanie Sola. I'm a student at Madison Park Technical Vocational High School. I'm in the cosmetology program, and I'm also a dual enrollment student. I just want to begin by saying that I've seen a lot of improvement, not only vocationally, but academically since my freshman year. Being introduced to this dual enrollment program, I've seen more AP classes and honors classes that I've also participated in that has definitely expanded my knowledge on certain topics. Thank you.
Thank you. It'll come there.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jose Moreno, and I am a senior at Madison Park Technical Vocational High School. I am in the radio and television broadcasting program, and I'd say I have to piggyback on what Melanie was mentioning. Definitely since my freshman year, I have seen a major change at Madison Park, and Madison Park has allowed me to expand and broaden that general stereotype of a student from Madison Park, and I think I've been able to step out of my bubble and definitely show my true colors of who I am and what I can do. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin McCaskill, Executive Director at Madison Park Technical Vocational High School. I want you to notice how every single student said Madison Park Technical Vocational High School and not Madison Park High School. One of the things we're always saying at Madison Park High School is in Connecticut. We are a technical vocational high school, and we really want that identity, similar to our sister schools in the Commonwealth. But just to echo what Brett and the two students indicated, this is my 4th year there, and I'm pleased. I'm pleased with the work, but also understand that much work is to be done. And we look, one of our partners have been fantastic working with us, one to my right from Youth Build Boston. And we're looking to gain additional partners to really galvanize the work that is currently happening at Madison Park. We truly want input, and we want critical partners. We just don't want partners who will be there one day and gone the next. Folks who will sit there and critique the work and not criticize the work. And there's a difference. And those are the type of partners we really want, and those are the kind of city leaders we want as well. School central office partners, we want the same expectation out of them. How do you become a critical partner in improving the lives of our students, especially the students at Madison Park, because our catchment area are primarily 3 areas: Roxbury, Dorchester, and Mattapan. And Chief Tompkins, that's what you're talking about. And that's what we're looking to address. But again, the work has been exciting, and we will not stop. And I'm just really blessed to have the opportunity to lead the school. So thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, my name is Greg Mumford. I'm the Deputy Director of Youth Build Boston. Youth Build Boston is a training school, pre-apprentice program. We actually have 3 programs. We have a program called the Designery, which is an after-school program. It's career exploration in the field of architecture. It's almost like a mini firm. We have a high-set program called the Building Exploration Program. Those students are in need of a high school diploma or a GED. And then we have the pre-apprentice program, which is really geared to being a resource to the building trades. We've been in relationship with Madison Park for a long time. One of my past colleagues at Madison Park, Vinnie Fanuelli, just retired. And when we started the relationship, Madison Park students in the carpentry program was looked upon as a 13th year student. If they were leaving Madison Park and they weren't really ready to go out to the workforce or go to college, they would come for us for the 13th year. Recently, the last 4 years, what we did was create a relationship that brought them out of the school, the juniors and seniors, to come out of the school and work with us in building affordable housing in the city. We've done 4 with them so far. It's been a great relationship to see the juniors and seniors come out and build affordable housing in the community, because that's long-lasting for them. When they graduate, they can drive by. When they ride around with their girlfriend, they can lie and say they built all this stuff, but just to watch them do that. And since then, we get Madison Park students every year. We love that relationship, and we just signed a new MOU this year with them. So that's what we do. We support them 100%, and I'm always there for Kevin.
Thank you.
I'm Judith Baker. I came to Madison Park in 1979 after 8 years at the Burke, and it was, with the Humphrey Center next door, it was a jewel, and that jewel has completely been eviscerated over the last years, and I am speaking for the Friends of Madison Park. We want it to shine again, but we really are very aware of the work that it'll take. The fact that it wasn't even included in Build BPS's plan was an incredible shock to me, because the building was built in the early 70s. It is absolutely inadequate to the trades and the jobs that are in Boston area now. Science labs, computer design. I mean, you name the jobs that are out there. The construction trades areas are okay. The rest of the school is not. There's no question about it. You need more space. You need a big infrastructure investment. It wasn't even mentioned in Build PPS, which is the next 10 years of investment. To me, this says, forget Madison. I'm asking you, as Councilor Asabi George had in her PowerPoint, to put it back in Build BPS. I am a person who's been working to fight for that school for a very long time. I cry, I yell and scream. My husband told me my presentation was too negative and I had to get positive. Well, I am positive in the fact that we finally have a qualified director. We didn't have one for most of the years that I was there. We finally have a sense of the fact that it's actually a technical vocational school. It's been an MCAS prep school for the last 20 years. Now, if you made fixing a car the test for every graduate in Boston, the only kids who would pass are the ones from Madison Park. Lots of our kids do go to college. Lots of our kids are terrific academic students who are hands-on learners, who want to become engineers. We are not just a building trades or a place where kids have a sixth grade education. There are lots of different kinds of people who really need this school. But let me just say one other thing. I know I'm going on too long. I handed out to the members of the City Council a history of the school. I hope other people will get a chance to see it. Because as Jim Caradonio, who was here, who started that school, along with Dr. Cliff Janey, it started and then it was gradually and then acceleratingly eviscerated. I can't tell you the difference between when I got there in 1979 and when I left in 2005. Our trade programs used to have a business agent. The business agent took in real work. We did the printing for the city in printing. We did commercial design for the city in commercial design. We had a business agent in the construction shops. We had a business agent in the for the restaurant commercial areas, of which Joe Smith used to be the administrator. We had a child care center for young women and men who had children and needed care for their children. We lost all of those things. And you say to yourself, why would you lose those things? The Big Dig went on for 30 years, and we dropped welding toward the beginning of the Big Dig. You tell me, why do you have to go to Peru for a welder? And our kids, I live in Codman Square, I see them on the street. A month ago, I was on the street for a couple of nights overnight with a couple of boys who've dropped out of school because, for whatever reason, that's one thing that I do. And I was talking to these young men. So what would you like to be? They don't know the names of the jobs that are available in this city. You can't aspire to something that you don't know exists. If you want to solve the skills program, you don't just build a shop. That doesn't give you anything. You've got to start from the beginning in the earlier grades where kids know what these jobs are. They get to see them. I know that Mr. McCaskill is starting to bring some of those middle school kids in to see some of these trades. But you can't aspire to the things that are being unfilled by our students. They don't know about those jobs. So if you're going to make a difference in the lives of the kids in Codman Square where I live, you're going to have to do a lot more than just build the shop. You've got to market. You've got to get out in the community. You've got to let people get into those offices in Tech Square and elsewhere and into the biomedical fields. And you've got to let those children aspire to those jobs. It's not just building a shop. And then when you've got them, I'm going on too long, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. When you've finally got them in the building, there are a lot of people, girls and boys, who really need a highly structured program. They need a highly structured program. We used to have 2 terrific highly structured programs, well, more than 2. One of them was called Home Base. Those young people had to sign in every morning. If they were not there, somebody went to the house looking for them. And you say, oh my goodness. Well, I was a basketball coach. And I have 3 college All-Americans who went through that program who would never have graduated from high school without it. We had a YES program with so-called court-involved students. Mr. Marshall is here from that program, where those students had a very high faculty-to-student ratio. And they also had a very high success rate that they would not have had. And they would have been with Sheriff Tompkins instead of with Mr. Marshall. So you have to look at the kids coming in and you have to say, okay, I've got to start early with the families. Many of our families are first generation. They don't know what skills are in Boston. They aspire to fixing cars, wonderful. We can help them with that. But they might aspire to biomedical research. They could if they knew about it. They don't know about it. So what I'm saying is, yes, put the Band-Aids on the school. But let's do a whole lot more than that. Let's look at technical, vocational education as the way that the people who live in Boston now can earn enough money, enough status to stay in the city, can lift up their heads in front of their own children instead of having to visit them through a screen, or move to Brockton and Fall River in Georgia, because an awful lot of my former students have had to move. They don't live in Boston anymore. And it's not fair, and they're not all people of color. We've lost most of our white students, but there are plenty of them who ought to be in that school. It ought to be a desegregated instead of a resegregated school that it is. I'm pleading with you. We need leadership. It will pay off in the most wonderful. Boston could be one of those urban centers where you're not thrown out because you're poor, because you've got a way in. We could be that city. We are not that city. We are not that school committee. We do not have school committee members coming over to Madison Park. I've never seen one in the building since Rita Walsh-Tomasini's husband worked in the building. The school committee has no interest in Madison Park. I'm sorry if I'm offending people, but I believe that. Maybe I'm wrong. Now, why do we come to the city council? Why not go to the school committee? We come to the city council because here's where economic development and communities come together. This is where business and communities come together. We need you. Now, I've distributed two things, which I'm afraid the audience won't see. I wish they would. One is the Friends of Madison Park's suggestions, our position paper. It includes much of what I've said. And I want to just make one comment about special ed and bilingual students before I finish. We want special ed students. We want bilingual students. This is not we don't reject that. The admissions and retention policy has nothing to do with rejecting, with excluding. It has to do with creating programs where those people will succeed. And those students need more than we are able to give them. It's not because the staff don't want to give these people these programs. It's not because all of you don't agree with me. No one ever disagrees with me. They just don't do it. I'm sorry. That's what I think. Now, I could thank you. The Friends of Madison Park, thank you. Because we really do believe that there's a chance. We believe this is the moment. And we hope that somebody will rise up and say, you know what? I'm going to fight for this. I'm going to make it happen. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Judith. So I'm going to open, for my colleagues, I'm going to open it up to question. We do have a lot of colleagues here, as well as two more panels, so I'm going to limit to 5 minutes. Councilor Janey, you are first.
Thank you so much. And let me just begin by thanking you, Judith, for kind of setting the stage, for being that historian, going all the way back to Madison's founding, and for really communicating the urgency that not only you feel, but all those who are in this room feel, so thank you. Also, thank you to everyone here on this panel, from director to headmaster to students and community partner Youth Build. Kind of wanted to follow up with our young people first, if I may. I'd love to hear more from Jose and Melanie. So Melanie, you mentioned dual enrollment.
Yeah.
Can you tell me more about that and where you are enrolled?
Okay, so dual enrollment is a program where you receive college credits at the same time as you're receiving your high school credits.
Right.
I'm a math major at Bunker Hill Community College, and by the end of the semester, in 3 weeks, I should be having around 23 credits. And the goal is to work on my way to an associate's degree by the time I graduate high school.
Excellent, excellent. And Jose, you mentioned radio and television broadcasting.
Correct, yeah.
Can you tell me more about what experiences you've had outside of school? What kind of partnerships or programs you've been able to take advantage of because of your time at Madison?
Yep. Like, I guess to begin with, sophomore year, I've been introduced to Skills USA, and that has shown me other schools that has also been involved in the Skills USA Creed and the Skills USA program and conference and competition. And with radio and television, I've been also able to look at internships. I've been also be able to work with, let's say, how can I forget the name of it? Oh, yes, PBS. I've been looking at their
It's okay. If it comes back to you, that's fine.
Sorry about that.
That's no problem, no problem. I have a few more questions for others. Ms. Dickens, you mentioned that graduation is up, dual enrollment is up, and certification is up. Could you add some specific numbers to that?
Our graduation numbers will be released in January. We believe they will be the strongest in the last 5 to 10 years.
What were they last year?
They were 57, and I think we are.
Did you say 57 or 67?
Yeah, we're headed for 68% for the class of 2018. In terms of, did you ask about AP enrollment?
Dual enrollment.
Dual enrollment, we go by credits. And so the credits earned, I believe, will be 300 this year. I don't have the statistics in front of me, but I can forward them to the committee.
How many colleges or universities
involved in the dual enrollment? Under RoxMap umbrellas, it's 3. It's Roxbury Community College, Bunker Hill Community College, and Ben Franklin Institute of Technology, and more recently, Wentworth Institute of Technology.
Numbers, if you like.
That would be great, thank you.
In 2014-15, 15 students obtained 45 credits in dual enrollment credits. In 2015-16, it went to 45 students and 157 credits.
You went from 15
participants to 45 participants.
Excellent.
From 45 credits to 157 credits. In 2016 and 17, 42 participants, and they obtained 328 credits. And just this past year, we had nearly 50 students, and they obtained 378 credits. That is over a 700% increase over 4 years.
That's excellent. That's excellent. Let me ask this. Do you have a goal of where you'd like to reach in terms of how many students in your school community are taking advantage of dual enrollment? As Melanie already pointed out, a very important piece of this is that you then graduate. You could graduate with an associate's. You could graduate high school with an associate's degree. And so the advantage that you have coming out of high school, you know, able to get an associate's degree debt-free, you know, free of charge, is an excellent opportunity for our young people. So do you have a goal of what you'd like to see?
Each year, we look to increase 10 to 20% in the amount of credits that we obtain. Every single year, that is the goal.
One more question. Quick for the Youth Build, I'm sorry, that time flew by. Mr. Munford, you mentioned the work that you're doing, helping young people build affordable housing, which is so important in our city, particularly given the housing crisis and crunch that we're in. And you talked about a new MOU just being signed. How many students are we talking about that are coming through Youth Build from Madison?
Well, it depends on how many are in the senior and junior class, because those are the two classes that come to Madison. And it could be, it really depends on Kevin and them. It could be 7, could be 15. It depends on who's ready to come.
And how much room do you have space for?
We have space for whoever they send, because they do come with an instructor. And so on our sites, it is ground-up construction, so it's not like they're painting a little closet over here. No, it's ground up. They come with an instructor. They're building a new house, so there's plenty of room for them. But
the potential to double?
To double, and if they do double, then most of the time they send another instructor, because they have sent 2, and sometimes they send 3, depending on the group that they send.
Well, I want to be mindful. There are lots of folks here who want to speak, and my time is up. It went by fast, but thank you so much, and I'll save additional questions for another round if we get to it.
Thank you, Councilor Janey.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to also recognize that we've been joined by Councilor Edwards. Councilor Wu.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your presentations. It's great to see a lot of you again, and we've now sort of come full circle in some of our conversations. I remember on that first day at Madison, sitting with students, with administrators, with friends. So because we have a lot of background, I wanted to keep it simple. If each of the panelists could just answer one question, which is, what do you think is the most urgent? So if you could change one thing about Madison Park Vocational Technical High School before the start of the next school year, what would that one thing be?
For the students, not the school lunch.
So we can start with Ms. Dickens.
I guess I would say that, and I think we're making strides in this, but that the application process and the recruitment efforts are tied together. And I think, as Ms. Baker stated, that it's not a particular academic achievement level we're looking for or a particular type of student, but getting the awareness out there so that there is what I always call intentionality with students that come to Madison Park.
And sorry, just to interrupt on that for 1 second, when would that need to be, in terms of time of the year, that would need to happen?
That is happening now. That
Mm-hmm.
is, the process, the first round for Boston Public Schools is in January.
Yep.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Well, speaking as a student, despite of the school lunch, I would definitely love to improve school spirit, since next year is going to be my senior year, my last year attending that school. And I believe we will not be holding a pep rally this year.
Friday, we have a small one.
Friday? Oh, okay. Never mind. But yeah, honestly, I'm going to be honest right now. My freshman year, going to that school, getting picked out for being that stereotypical Madison student, I would be ashamed. I would be shy from saying that I came from Madison Park Technical Vocational High School. But as the years went on, I've learned what it actually meant to be a Madison Park student. And I've learned to appreciate the resources that there are allowed and are accessible to me in this building. And I'm honestly proud to say that I am a proud student from this school. And I definitely look forward to having my younger siblings coming toward the same stages that I've been at and attending this school as well. And yeah, so one thing that I would like them to have is that pride of being a Madison Park student.
And are you talking about a citywide issue in terms of the stereotype not matching what's actually happening there, rather than just inside Madison Park?
Yeah, a citywide issue.
Got it. Jose.
Okay, she really just stole my words, but I guess I'd probably, after that, maybe some sort of transportation. It's been very difficult for me to commute from where I live, which is in Hyde Park, all the way to Madison Park. Definitely have to say, again, with what Melanie was saying. I definitely hold, again, a big pride being a Madison Park student. So I enjoy going to school every day. It doesn't give me a reason why not to go. But definitely commuting has been a challenge for me. And I'm not sure if this was a rumor, but in the past, I don't know if, like, I know with the whole MBTA system, it's been switched around from school buses to MBTA, and students been offered bus passes, but I don't know if there was originally a school bus that, let's say departed from Forest Hills and would drop off students at Madison Park, so I would show up on time. But that slightly has been my issue, only arriving tardy because, dealing with MBTA issues and bus breakdowns has become a problem, but
How do you go right now? What time do you have to leave your house?
So I wake up, I wake up 5:30, but I have to be out the house by 6:30 the max. I have to leave 6:30 so then I can arrive at Madison Park 7:30. I try to give myself 30 to 45 minutes, but I give myself even another 15 if I do want to run to Dunkin' Donuts for a quick breakfast. Yeah.
And you take bus to Forest Hills to the Orange Line?
To the Orange Line, then down, yeah.
Okay.
I would love the opportunity for the city of Boston to embrace this school as a unique and special place that is deserving of this type of school. Similar to what has happened in Worcester, similar that took place in Springfield, and that this phenomenon of career vocational technical education is having across the country. So when you talk about the exam schools and you talk about the pilot schools, we are in the same breath of those schools for the simple fact of what we do. And that's got to be something that as a collective of Boston, a collective, and I want to say it one more time, a collective of Boston to embrace that, where everybody is talking about this school and not just from the 20-year past that it's had, but the possibilities that can occur with people coming on board with this school. So it's going to be from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset of really embracing this school and propelling it to be the jewel of the city.
Thank you.
I'd just like to, okay. Thank you. So, I guess I would like to see guidance be a little bit more forthcoming and with all the things that the school offers and all the programs that you have to direct those students for the opportunities in those fields that they can take advantage of. Even at Youth Build, even though we do a lot of construction, we get opportunities from all over the place. And all of our students might build, but sometimes they decide to make a move to another industry, and we welcome that. I just got a contact from Local 481, which is an entertainment union. They do movies, and I'm meeting with them tomorrow because she echoed the same words that this woman said, that there are so many jobs in that industry that these young people don't know about, and she wants to share that with me. When I was listening to that young man speak, I thought about him right away. He don't even go to Youth Build. And I'm saying, how can I hook him up with this union so that he can work on these sets since he wants to do that video broadcasting, all that kind of stuff. So that's how we think at Youth Build, and that's what how I would like them to think at Madison Park.
Ms. Baker?
I just second what the director said. He's right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Counselor Baker.
Thank you. Greg, how are you today?
I'm doing fine.
Good. What do the structures look like that you built? Where did you build them? They two families, single families?
We build two-family homes in the city.
Yeah.
We've also been lucky enough with our partners, Suffolk Construction, Skanska, Sharman. We've been a second-tier subcontractor at Orient Heights in East Boston. We've also built some structure over there at the Marriott Resident Inn. Mm-hmm. So we can be a subcon. We're signatory to the Carpenters, so we can take on some of those jobs because of that signatory relationship that we have. I'm truly trying to get on phase 2 of Orient Heights as we speak right now.
Yeah.
So we build mostly affordable housing for first-time home buyers in the city. And we work with the city of Boston, Department of Neighborhood Development to get these projects of vacant lots, and we build them, and we bring our students and now Madison Park on, and we host OSHA stands down, has the union involved. I mean, we try to be a resource to the building trades.
And like you said, you do foundation to finish all the way,
Absolutely.
concrete work and everything?
Absolutely. The project we're doing right now is slab on grade.
Uh-huh.
And so that's a different project. Most of the time it's, foundation and all, but this one was unique because we have architects on our staff from Boston Architectural College. This is how they wanted to build it. They wanted to do something fancy, so they said, okay, we always do traditional, let's do a slab on grade, so we did that.
Yeah, good. Judith, you talked about kind of letting, like, where do you envision kind of, where's our pipeline? Is it 7th and 8th grade in our middle schools now where Madison Park needs that presence there, or like, how do you want us to go at that pipeline into Madison Park?
Well, I wish that we really had a director the way regionals have a superintendent, so that they're looking at the whole picture.
So,
Because I think if that were true, you would get great ideas out of this, and you would locate those students. You see, it's not just the students who are in BPS. There are students in charter schools, private schools, parochial schools, homeschool, who need hands-on education and would love it. So I just think it's a larger, I don't have a plan, but I think if you had the right structure to devolve the plan, you'd get a good one.
okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Baker. Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Councilor Asabi George. I have a question for Kevin. The Boston economy is booming, and there's a lot of jobs out there for skilled workers. How can we, better communicate and develop partnerships? I know the Greater Boston Labor Council, Boston Building Trades, they're doing excellent work. How can we develop a better pipeline of communicating with them and also communicating with these companies that are going to Boston that, here's where the workers are, right here at Madison Park. We don't have to get them outside of Massachusetts. I'm also a strong believer in the Boston Jobs to Boston Residents policy, but just wanted to get your thoughts about that.
Well, I think when you talk about, from a union perspective, I think we've had great success with the Carpenters Union, which has been fantastic, Local 103, outstanding, and DC 35, the painters and allied trades, wonderful. And it's not just because of money. It's because of their time and their talent that they're sharing. But also the building trades. Brian Doherty has been fantastic. Brian Doherty brought Hot Works to Madison Park. There is, I doubt, and I know my colleagues over here from MAVA and Tim could help, I don't think there's another school, vocational school in the Commonwealth that has students and teachers, vocational teachers that are Hot Work certified. We are. We have 9 students currently that are Hot Work certified and 7 staff. And so those are things, connections that we're making. And I don't want anyone to leave out of here with the misconception that there are no partnerships. I think increasing our fold is going to be very critical. Corey Allen, who is here today, has been an outstanding partner representing Suffolk Construction, and we're working towards building that relationship to be very fruitful and one like no other. And I think we have to continue our work, because one of the things we can sit back and talk about what's needed. We have to be held accountable. And again, in 2015, Mayor Walsh made it very clear to me that now we only have one person to point the blame at if something goes wrong, and I accept that from him. So it's a matter of us going through and expanding on what we have, going out there, and not just from a construction perspective, but an allied health perspective. We really need that high-powered allied health partner, and why not here in the city of Boston? And so those are things, again, our outreach is going to be just as important as folks coming in.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. And I just wanted to add on your answer, a lot of the city councilors here have great relationships with with the building trades and organized labor, and if there's anything that we can do to be helpful, we're certainly there to support you and the students as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I just had one follow-up question. Can you talk a little about how we're doing some outreach to potential students, students that may not speak English, ESL, or immigrants that are in the school system now, but how can we get a message to them that, you know, the future of Boston, in my opinion, are in the trades, getting a decent job? What ways are we communicating effectively with our immigrants and with ESL students about Madison Park and how it can be helpful to them?
We go to numerous recruitment events. I mean, we start here last week at the citywide showcase. We go to all of the middle schools. We bring middle school families. I'll be leaving early tonight because we're welcoming families here at 5 o'clock. Once in the building, we have an ELL PAC group, which consists of parents and teachers and paraprofessionals who support our ELL students. We bring guest speakers in to talk about issues that you're speaking of, issues of employment, issues of immigration and citizenship. So we do what we can once the students are in the school. And I think that, you know, the outreach efforts that we're doing at the 8th grade is creating much more awareness in the community. We have lots of community field coordinators who represent different languages in our community who do a lot of outreach to families. And so I would say we're doing a better job once they're in our community, and we're trying to expand our efforts into the middle school population.
Thank you. And I just had one more, not a question, maybe a comment. Down the road, can you think about strategically doing more outreach to students that are living in BHA and making sure that they're aware of all the aware of the application process, maybe do a little bit more outreach to those living in Boston housing, and you know, so you can probably partnership with the community centers there, but just something that would be helpful.
That Councilor Flynn, we are currently house the Introduction to Construction Trades program, which is in partnership with the Boston Housing Authority and Building Pathways, and that program is 15 weeks in which they started with a small cohort of 15 students and their families who are from the Boston Housing Authority, going through all our heavy trades. So that process has started.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions. I guess just my final point. Before this job, I was a probation officer for 10 years at Suffolk Superior Court. I had a great relationship with the building trades. We try to encourage all of our probationers to apply for apprenticeship jobs in the trades. And it's an excellent program that you highlighted. And we're proud of the work that you're doing, Kevin.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Council President Campbell.
Thank you, Councilor Sabi George, and thank all of you for your testimony. I think we could sit here all day to talk about the recommendations of what we can be doing better. I think my questions are more geared towards what has the response been from your advocacy, and maybe this is more for Judith as well as Kevin, from the administration, from the district, right? There are a lot of incredible ideas here. I mean, Judith laid them out here, and I'm sure we can make this available to everyone in the public. But I've seen these recommendations before from you as a candidate, from folks involved with Friends of Madison Park, those in the community generally. Of course, Councilor Wu, Councilor Sabi George, and Councilor Janey have some suggestions here. The list is long in terms of the proposed things we could be doing, including hiring a point person within the district to own what we're talking about, and to do the very work that you were just talking about, Judith, with Councilor Baker. So I'm curious, what has the response been from the administration and from the district with respect to some of these ideas and suggestions?
Superintendent Payzant said it was a high priority and did nothing. Mayor Menino said it was an extremely high priority and did nothing. Candidate Marty Walsh promised it would be at the top of his list and he instructed Superintendent Chang to put it at the top of his list. And what we got was a welding lab, which was much appreciated, and a new roof in 5 years. Maybe I'm leaving something out. We have not gotten the kind of response. We got a little response from the legislature, from Representative Carvalho when he was in the legislature, and we got a lot of good wishes. This is an emergency. This is not something that Band-Aids can solve. That's the way I feel. I'm sorry if it's negative.
No, it's candid, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Most of the improvement has been based on our level 4 status. And if you look at what level 4 represents, it's primarily it's an academic situation, and it keeps getting masked as a vocational one, which it isn't, because there are no metrics to really measure, what vocationally, how do you do this? So I really think the district's response has been, and has been from a supportive mechanism of really how do we get ourselves out of level 4, and we appreciate all the supports that we have gotten. But again, I think from a vocational perspective, it's been about, simply keeping the status quo. And I think I'm very fortunate to have Brett on board, as well as other administrators who are really pushing the envelope on innovation. And one name I do have to really say when it comes to support, Mr. Mel King. Mr. Mel King has been an advocate for this school, similar to Ms. Baker, about innovation and pushing the needle. And I don't think there's been anyone that has held me more accountable for that than Mel King. And so when you have individuals who are pushing from the outside from a technology perspective, my brothers and sisters from MAVA who are really pushing the envelope, and the AVTE with Lou Finfer and Don Walsh and Tim Murray really pushing the envelope. And Tim, I told you I would say this in public. Tim Murray said probably one of the most profound statements that I've heard. And he said it about 4 years when AVTE started. And he looked me in, and I've known Tim since my days at Putnam in Springfield. And he indicated that, Kevin, true career vocational technical education will take off. It's great now, but it will take off when Madison Park turns around. And that has been, and I told Tim just a week ago, that has been a driving force for me because it was so profound. And that's what continues to drive us. And I think all entities such as Youth Build Boston, the local unions, the local colleges, RCC, BHCC, BFIT, Wentworth, and even Northeastern to a small extent. Those are our driving forces to really keep us going, and those are the supports because, again, they have their fingers on the pulse of what is going on in industry, what is going on currently in higher ed, but also within our communities themselves.
So, I sit here with a little bit of frustration because we had the listening session that was really powerful at Madison Park in the evening. And because it was in community, of course, we got more community participants. And at that session, because it was listening only, we heard from students, we heard from teachers as well, including talking about the welding program. We heard from community advocates who know the texts of the world trades, know the history of Boston, and of course Madison. And we left there with a long list of potential solutions. And so I think at this point, and I know we have more panels, and I think one of them might be the district, I'll sort of save my questions, which is with respect to each of those solutions, what are we going to do? Where are we? One of the things that came up from a few folks, including one of the teachers, was the application process and how we've been talking about it for so long, how a proposal went to the school committee at some point, and no one knows what sort of happened to it. And at this point, I think all of us agree that we have a list of a ton of suggestions and ideas. Now the question is, with the folks who have the actual authority to execute on each of those, where are we with respect to those things? Because I think most of it can happen in the short term, frankly. And if not, why not? And if we don't know why not, then the community, of course, folks in the room deserve an explanation as to what's taking us so long. What are the hiccups? What are the hurdles? I know to the current superintendent's credit, she has pulled in some folks to be a part of a working group or conversation with respect to Madison Park. But I think at this point, it's really about where are we with respect to each of these solutions. And so I'll save some of my questions for then, but for that panel. But I think what is also helpful, to the extent people are in this audience and cannot stay, whether it's the presentation from the counselors or Judith or others who have emailed possible solutions, that is extremely helpful, because that's the stuff we can be equipped with when pushing the administration, the district, to move on some of these things. Thank you. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you. Counselor Siomo.
Thank you. Can you tell me what the capacity is of Madison Park right now?
1,500,
And the enrollment?
900.
And your funding is based on weighted student form?
Weighted student form,
Right.
correct.
I want to thank Ms. Baker for your history here. I think it's really important to know that. And in your testimony, you talked about MOUs with the BAs. And I was recently away on a trip, and I kind of mentioned that kind of partnership with the unions, that closer partnership. And, I'm hearing numbers like 15, 7. We need to ramp that up. Just saying,
Correct.
right? Where are we with MOUs with our unions, especially like you mentioned 103, you mentioned DC 25. We have a lot of them headquartered right here in our city. Like,
Those are the 3 primary articulation agreements. From a community college perspective, we have an articulation agreement with every community college in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts through dual enrollment. Right. And so those are things that, again, we do have to strengthen. We're, again, very fortunate to have a partner such as Youth Build with the current MOU. And we have several others that are much smaller in nature. But again, that's where, as a school, we have to be held more accountable for that as well. We cannot just say that someone needs to come and help us. We've got to put ourselves, we got to get some skin in the game as well. Right. And that's something that we will never shy away from.
Right. Well, I'm enthusiastic about your leadership because I think it was said earlier, we've had fit and starts with too many administrators at Madison Vocational, and we need some strong leadership, and I think you're showing yourself really well today to me.
Thank you.
Not that matters. It's the 13, right? But I think you have we are committed to changing the paradigm that every kid's got to go to college. The more we advance and progress and get older, I'm the oldest guy on this body now, we're kind of going back to the old ways of training our young people and giving them more options. We're kind of funneling them into these kind of dead-end places sometimes, right? So again, let me just end by saying, Melanie, I'm very impressed with your academic pursuits and achievements. And Jose, stay on it. You got a great broadcast voice.
Thank you, Counselor Siomo. Was that your wrap-up there?
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Baker?
Let's not forget that construction is seasonal. TripAdvisor is not. The jobs that are being generated in Boston right now are very highly technical, computer-oriented programming, things that we need at Madison Park, or we need them somewhere in BPS because our children need them. Construction is great, but it's not the only thing.
Thank you. Counselor McCarthy?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Melanie and Jose. Keep working hard. You'll get there. I didn't finish my master's until about a month and a half ago, it seems, so I never stopped and never stopped learning, so I appreciate all the things you've said. I think the one thing that, a lot of the questions have been asked, and I do want to get onto the second panel, but one of the points that nobody's brought up is kind of the elephant in the room is that there's the O'Brien is right next to you. And the O'Brien, I get calls from the O'Brien saying there's not enough room for them, yet you have 500 seats are available. So can we talk a little bit about that, or is that this is not the proper forum for that?
It's okay with the other counselors, because I know I have a few comments I can say about it.
Sure, let it rip, yeah.
Well, again, when you look at the school, again, I've only been there 4 years, but when you have a school that has been decreasing in enrollment, and because of one, of perceptions, lack of an admissions policy, and this is well over a decade's worth of time, and then there's a promotion of the exam schools, and they are great schools, and they're led by great leaders, and they are expanding, they're trying to expand their footprint. I mean, it's mathematics. and what has occurred at Madison Park, how much real estate that school has lost over a decade is tremendous. So naturally, when you're increasing the footprint of an O'Brien, I mean, where else are they going to expand? And so when they see that there are vacant seats at Madison Park, and there's a reason why there are vacant seats there, so why not? And that becomes the first logical choice. Well, let's take this space. And that's what's been occurring at Madison Park for 10 years. And again, no fault of the folks from O'Brien, because again, they have to grow their school. But at whose expense? And it has been at Madison Park's expense over a decade.
Okay. So my recollection that there was an innovation center that was being kicked around off the backside towards the football field. I know MIT was involved, other Roxbury Community, BC, Northeastern Wentworth was involved. Where does that stand now?
Well, it's because I had never seen anything in writing for that, but I know with the initiative that we have had, again, initiated by Mel King, which the Machines Making Machines, and that is in collaboration with the Fab Foundation, the MIT Center for Bits and Atoms, as well as the South End Tech Center. We started that up this summer, and it was simply short of tremendous. And that is going to grow. And that is going to grow. It was the impetus of us actually hiring an additional staff member to run this one entity that's going on. So we have the means, and we're going to increase that footprint. And again, I can only speak for the programs that we are collaborating on. The one that you have mentioned, I have not seen anything in writing about an innovation center at Madison Park.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McCarthy. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin, I appreciated everybody's comments, but Kevin, you said something that I wrote down because I think it's particularly true. When it comes to Madison Park Technical Vocational High School, we need to move from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset, and I think that is very apt. And I think oftentimes what happens, particularly with BPS, is that, you know, because there's these old, dated, out-of-touch perceptions about a school, fewer kids are going to enroll there, which means with the weighted student funding, which makes sense in many ways, with fewer kids going, less resources there, and it just becomes a hole that you cannot dig yourself out of. So hearing from Melanie and Jose, two remarkable ambassadors for the school, I'm curious, Headmaster or anybody, want to talk about how does the recruitment work? Do you go into any sixth graders, you know, or even in upper grade, sort of higher middle school grades, and recruit students to try to come to Madison Park to really help bolster those numbers and grow? Anyone want to tackle that?
Yeah, good, Brett.
We do something called a road show where we take one student from every vocational program into a middle school and let the students talk about the program. So students like Melanie and Jose are the ambassadors. We invite guidance counselors to our school for breakfast, to tour the school, and then we open our building and, you know, any night that we can to invite families in to see the school.
Yeah.
I think it's hard. I think Councilor Campbell hit on this in the beginning. I think it's hard to have this discussion without talking about the equity issue.
Yep.
I mean, there is a structure for exam schools that starts in advanced work classes. You know, there are programs, there is district support for the ISSE tests. You know, there's a whole infrastructure that does not yet exist. I mean, the program that Kevin talked about on Saturday mornings is a phenomenal program with BHA to bring 8th graders, 7th and 8th graders into the building.
Yep.
But the infrastructure needs to mirror. So when you talk about, you know, O'Brien and Madison, you know, it's not apples to apples in terms of the way that we are recruiting, the way that we're fighting for students, the infrastructure that exists to bring students. So we do, I would say, everything that we can, you know, to go out to the middle schools, but we are constantly fighting the perceptions, I think, that Melanie and Jose talked about, that many families have about the school, and so we go in at that disadvantage. So I think I've seen it in, you know, in my 2 years. Last year in January, we had 120 students choose Madison Park number 1 or 2, up from 80 the prior January in first round. So that shows a 50% increase in 1 year of students that chose us 1 and 2. And that's the result of everyone's efforts to do that. But I think that we need that top-down support to really help us. And I don't think that's, you know, as you said, I don't think that's a problem unique to Madison Park. It's an open enrollment issue.
Yeah. And it can't be solved with just getting sort of more eyeballs on the school, so to speak. It's a much deeper societal issue that we need to be
It is,
having
and
frank
to hear about
discussions
the other vocational schools and the transportation that's provided to bring the students in, and, you know, and we are moving in that direction.
Yeah.
The Fab Foundation and the lab that we have is a place where eighth graders can come and see what we're all about. And
Yeah.
as Ms. Baker just said, you know, we do have high-tech programs. We have computer programming and web development. We have information support services and networking. We have radio and TV broadcasting. We have graphic design. We have graphic communication, design, and visual communication. So there's a lot of programs that many people in, you know, even in this room don't know exist in the high-tech fields. And so we need more institutional top-down support to promote all of the programs. And Kevin just mentioned allied health. That sometimes gets lost in the conversation. So, you know, it's not just a quick visit to a booth that's going to explain to a family the diversity of offerings that we have and the career opportunities that we have.
Yeah.
But if we're invited to any event to showcase what we offer with families, especially, you know, in 7th and 8th grade, we will be there. We want those opportunities. We need to have that voice in the community.
Do you offer any agricultural programs? I know it's probably not
No,
the
we
most
do not.
conducive, because I know that the reason I ask that is I know it's not a significant number, but it's also not insignificant. During the budget process with BPS, we do send a number of kids to Norfolk Aggie, and there's another one, Minuteman Tech or something. And it turns into hundreds of thousands of dollars every year, and it's money that should stay in the system and in the city. And so I wonder if there's an opportunity to address some of that as a way to both, you know, bolster enrollment and help get some more funds to go back in. So I know my time is up, but just very briefly on this line of thinking, Jose and Melanie, how did you guys learn about Madison Park Technical Vocational, and why did you decide to come, if you don't mind sharing?
Okay, so my 8th grade year, I was at that orientation that is held for every 8th grader, I believe so, every year. It's somewhere in Roxbury. I vaguely remember, but I believe it was the principal prior to Ms. Dickens that was there, and he was recruiting students for Madison Park.
And where were you in the 8th grade?
At the Mario Umana Academy. It's been a while since I said that, but yeah, I was there. So they took us all on a school bus. We came, a whole bunch of students came, and everybody had their like panel set up. East Boston High School. I live in East Boston, so everyone that went to my school had their heads like set on East Boston High. But I was looking around, and at the time I played piano, I looked at Boston Arts, but I specifically turned around and I looked at Madison Park when they started talking about co-op and students actually going out in the workforce at the ages of 17, 16. I'm just like, wow. So they started expanding on the programs, and ever since I just like fell for the school. I was just like, I need to attend this school.
Great. That's very good.
I know I'm short on time, but I guess this is where the story comes in play. But it was eventually the ending of my 8th grade, graduating, and now choosing what high school I was going to go on to.
And where were you?
I am at the William Barton Rogers Middle School,
Hyde Park.
right in Hyde Park. Sadly enough, it was closed, but I'm choosing my schools. I ended up going to English high school, but it wasn't until one of my guidance counselors at the time in middle school caught that I was going to English and immediately switched me to Madison Park and said, if you're going to go to any high school, at least go to Madison Park where you'll learn something new. And I was scared a little bit, slightly, because I wasn't aware of this until I got the letter in my mailbox where I was living still in Hyde Park that I was going to be going to Madison Park. But I don't regret that decision. I think it was the best of it, for sure.
Well, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor O'Malley, and thank you to this panel. It was very interesting to hear from all of you, especially Jose and Melanie, for sharing your experiences. I think we'll take a brief recess as we flip panels. Next panels are Carolyn Ryan, Neil Sullivan, Teresa from the PIC is also here. And is Brian Doherty here? I didn't see him come in. Is anyone here representing the Boston Building Trades? Text Brian. We're going to flip out. You're all welcome to go. Thank you. sorry. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for that brief recess, just as we got squared away. Our second panel is with us today. I'll start with Neil Sullivan from the Private Industry Council. And you introduce yourself, and we'll go down the road.
Neil Sullivan, Boston Private Industry Council. Been involved in Madison Park since, I would say, 1989. There's several people who were involved at that point as well. Lots of stories that we won't tell today. But the PIC has been a persistent and consistent presence at Madison Park over the past 30 years. Currently, Terry Aline is our career specialist, one of our most experienced career specialists, and that's the priority we give to Madison Park. We support the current leadership. We wish we could do huge things for them as a city, but we see the good things that are happening that you heard about today, and Ms. Aline, to my right, is a key to our contribution at Madison Park.
Thank you, Neil.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Terry or Teresa Aline, depending on when you met me. As Neil said, I've been at the Private Industry Council now for about 20 years at various schools, and I've been at Madison for the last 4 years. So forgive me, I missed the first thing that you said. Is this just introductions, or am I giving my testimony right now?
You give your testimony now if you'd like. Yeah, go right ahead.
All right. So one of the things that I'd like to say is when I was asked to come to Madison, somewhat like what the students said, there was that connotation of, it's Madison Park, what's happening, but being in there is a very, very different environment. We are able to see the amazingness of the students, of the staff, what they've been able to do, and so that's been phenomenal. I'll kind of go back and forth a little bit. My role there as a career specialist is that I help students to be able to get ready to work. All their job readiness, things that they need to do. So they need to create a resume. We're starting from scratch. What goes on the top of a resume? Why would you put your phone number on it? Why would you put your correct phone number on it? Things like that we're talking to the students about. But not only that, we're talking to them about how to dress, how to conduct themselves at an interview, but then at work, how to handle disputes, things of that nature. That's what we're doing there. And that's a great thing, and it's a challenge. One of the things that I would say, if we could, is to have more of me, more of PIC, more of the things that we do, because Madison Park students love to work. That is not a problem of theirs. They look at work and they understand the value of it. And so to be able to put them to work in the opportunities that we have around Boston would obviously be an easy fit. They're not a lazy bunch of students. They want to work, they want to get paid, and they understand that concept very, very, very well. Some of the partners that we get a chance to work with, one of our biggest partners is Mass DOT. They hire a variety of different students from our auto tech, from our auto body, from marketing, from our technology program, our graphic arts, the TV and radio broadcasting, all of those things, they hire them. Brigham and Women's Hospital, our tech apprentice program that we run at the PIC, all of we're able to use them, use all of our partners in great ways, not just to hire students, but to also bring them in and ask them, hey, help us with workshops, help us to show students how it is, what needs to be done. So that's a lot of the things that we get a chance to do. Besides that, again, talking with the students and helping them through the online job applications, which is a bear. I don't know if any of you guys have had to fill out a job application lately, but it is not a fun experience. And so there's a lot of things that we need to do there. If I could, besides my role, just a couple of things that I would like to add to what the first panel had to say. One of my suggestions, someone had, I believe it was Mr. Flynn, who said, what are the opportunities for the bilingual students? And one of the things that I would say, there's a lot of support there for the academic piece, but I don't necessarily see it on the vocational side. So here are students, immigrant students who want to work, but if they can't understand the concepts because we're speaking English, then it's not as powerful as it could be. So that's one of the things that I would like to see is some more integration in that. And then asking for one more, or 1, 2, 3, 4 of me. The students need exposure to different things, and when there's just one of me and 900 students, it's a very hard thing to be able to do, to show 900 students how to do a resume, show 900 students how to interview. It's a tough place to be, but I do as much as I can. They need people in their face, and they need to see different people, all shades of color, all different industries, and they need to understand it's not just kind of like your mom telling you, oh, clean up your room, do this, do that, but it's actually the industry that's saying we actually need you and we need you to step it up. And here's what you can have if you do. Yes, I wanted to make sure I said that really fast because I didn't know when you were going to cut me off, but
Great job.
there we go, and yes.
I usually don't put the panelists on a timer, just myself and my
Oh,
colleagues.
I wish you would have told me that before.
No, that's okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Too late, thank you.
Hi, my name's Carolyn Ryan. I'm the Senior Vice President for Policy and Research at the Greater Boston Chamber of Commerce. Our involvement with Madison Park historically has been limited. Our focus has generally been on career and technical education from a statewide perspective. That said, our executive committee, which is made up of executives from some of the biggest employers and organizations within Boston, recognize career and technical education as a really important pathway for future employees. And they have, I would say, a deep interest in the success of Madison Park, and they want to become deeply involved and engaged with it. And we're trying to figure out the right path for that. So I think this hearing's coming at an opportune time for all of us.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Tim Murray, President and CEO of the Worcester Regional Chamber of Commerce. And first, let me thank the committee for their leadership, and I'm going to touch on that in a moment. And it's also, leadership has been a theme that's come up through the various testimony and questions, and I think it's really critical to our efforts to move vocational technical education forward across the state and particularly Madison Park. And then what a successful Madison Park, and it is successful, and I want to talk a little bit about that, what that means in terms of branching out to the other schools and opportunities within Boston that can be afforded to the young people as well. I'm going to try to weave into my remarks four different hats that I've had during my time working with vocational technical education as president of the chamber now for 5.5 years, as lieutenant governor, as mayor, and as city councilor. And I just want to mention that one of the individuals who is here, who I worked with as a city councilor and as mayor, is Dr. Jim Caradonio, whose first career in public education was at Madison Park, and helped kind of create that blueprint that many of us want to go back to in the best sense of the way. And I know that Jim was going to probably say a few words as well. First, on the Alliance for Voc Tech Education, I co-chair that with Kevin Farr, who's from MAVA, the Mass Association of Vocational School Administrators, Lou Finfer from the Mass Community Action Network, and Julie Hackett, who's now the superintendent in Lexington, but had been the superintendent in a gateway city in Taunton, leading a comprehensive high school, where she saw the merit in Chapter 74 programs and sought in cooperation. Sometimes there was some dynamic tension with the regional Voc Tech, but to institute Chapter 74 programs at Taunton High, recognizing the value that these programs and opportunities that these programs meant for young people. And she has co-chaired that with us. And we started AVTE in March of 2014 with a summit. Really, it started out with a summit on Voc Tech education, which we hosted at the DCU Center in Worcester. Speaker DeLeo was our keynote. We brought educators, business leaders, and elected officials from across the state to come in and talk about the current state of Voc Tech ed. And what galvanized to do that was a growing wait list of students across the state. And depending how you count it, from 3,500 to 5,000 students looking to access Voc Tech education. And the Ed Reform Act of 1993, interestingly enough, kind of changed the Voc Tech, and we heard, and we all know the stories of kids who went to Voc Tech 20, 30 years ago. They said it changed their lives. Well, many of those kids now can't get in to the schools because of the application process and the fact that there is, really evaluation. So we said, look, how do we continue to provide those opportunities for those kids traditionally that used to go to Voc Tech, but recognize the excellence that it's providing young people now. And Councilor Janey, you touched upon it. Kids who many of our Voc Tech schools now, across the state, 80 to 90% of those kids are going on to higher ed. But they're going on to higher ed work ready, as alluded to by Terry. They understand what the real world expects of them. They have an expertise in a particular area that provides them earn and learn opportunities. We talked about Kevin and what he's been able to do. 700% increase with this staff in dual enrollment. And those kids, they're going to be able to get out of college sooner. They're not going to have the debt. So we need, our approach on Alliance for Voc Tech is to grow that model, but also expand programming so kids who maybe don't have a desire to go to college can still get that type of training. And I would suggest to you that Voc Tech education is really the way of the future. And what has made Northeastern successful? What has made WPI and Worcester so successful? What has made Wentworth so successful? It's work-based learning. And what we're saying is Chapter 74 programming, because it is a blueprint, it's the gold standard, is something that we need to make sure that all of our students can avail themselves to, whether they want to go to college or not. And that has been the focus with the Alliance for Voc Tech Ed. As Lieutenant Governor, having worked on this issue, I visited over 60-plus Voc Tech schools across the state and programs, including Madison. And to pick up on what Kevin said, oftentimes when we make decisions on public policy in Massachusetts, at the State House and in Boston, because of the media, oftentimes when those decisions or policy debates take place, the prism of what's happening in Boston kind of can impact people's decisions. So I found from day one, starting as Lieutenant Governor, when we would talk about Voc Tech and what was going on in the state, people in the business community, in the media, and many in government would say, well, Madison Park doesn't work. Madison Park doesn't work, so why would we invest in this in the state budget? Why would we as a statewide business organization get involved? And we really had to take a lot of time to say, around the state, it is enormously successful. And there's no community in Massachusetts that has the resources that the city of Boston does in terms of the private sector and higher ed and others. So there's no reason why we can't have the success at Madison Park that we have at other schools across the state with that engaged community partnership that Kevin McCaskill talked about. The business community is involved not to be critical, but to critique and engage in a positive way, bringing resources, expertise, time, people out into the workforce in specific areas, aligning. Several people talked about that. What is the next sector that we're going to need to be ready for? And beginning conversations about how do we create Chapter 74 programs for those sectors so that those young people and those kids have opportunities that we can't even imagine right now. And we've been able to do some of that in Worcester, working with UMass Medical School. One of the programs, our automotive is very successful, and we've got a waiting list of 500 students at Worcester Tech. But at one of our comprehensive high schools, our now superintendent as principal began the process of establishing a diesel tech Chapter 74 approved program with advice and guidance from the Voc Tech School at South High that has been recently approved. North High School was recently approved for several Chapter 74 programs, which is right down the road from UMass Medical School and UMass Memorial. And so I think there's such opportunity here, and if we can, and I am just excited. Let me just say, so the Alliance for Voc Tech, after that summit, we decided to come together as a group. We have 50 groups across the state that are part of this. And one of our goals was to get money in the budget, which we've been able to do, work with the legislature, the Baker-Polito administration, continue some of the programs that Governor Patrick and I had started. But one of the goals was, how can we help at Madison Park? And I can tell you in the last year or so, AVT has gotten very involved in that. And at one of our meetings, after you announced your first hearing, we were just so excited, because this is about leadership. And to see the political leadership, to see Mayor Walsh working with the council, putting the money in for the welding lab, to see the building trades continue to step up, to see some of the college partners coming forward, some of the business community now exploring new and different ways. I believe, and I'm more hopeful about the opportunities for Madison Park going forward, because you're seeing that leadership and the recognition that now's the time to act. And with the Alliance of Voc Tech Ed,
We want to do everything we can to help move those recommendations forward and engage as much as possible. But part of it is telling the story. And we met with the interim superintendent recently and some of the constituencies with Madison Park. We went to the school, and I do think it's important to note, and it was mentioned by interim headmaster Dickens and executive director McCaskill, part of it's telling the story against kind of those stereotypes that that have allowed to those stereotypes that are out there that allow people to kind of just dismiss Madison Park. Those young people couldn't have been more eloquent in talking about the reality of what Madison Park is about. But 700% increase in dual enrollment, dropout rate down, scores up in English, ELA up in English, math, more work to do. We've seen the academic progress measures increase, the number of students graduating increases. And a lot of that starts with leadership. And I would just say this, you know, with Kevin McCaskill, when Putnam, let me go back, when Worcester Tech, we had a 100-year-old school, and we voted to merge the separate and distinct Voc Tech system into the Worcester Public Schools so we get a 90% reimbursement rate from, and it was controversial. But we did it because that would allow us to build a first-class facility. That was a moment where our business community came forward in an unprecedented way and got involved in the school. And that changed the dynamic with leadership from our superintendent and others, and the perception of Worcester Tech completely changed overnight. Putnam had a similar situation, an antiquated school, much older than Madison Park, you know, and same thing with Worcester, much older than, and I don't necessarily think there's a facilities problem at Madison Park, though we do need to make some investments there. Significant investments, but it was a commitment as much as anything. And those, and Kevin McCaskill was at Putnam, and he and that team came out repeatedly to Worcester to kind of learn about that. And Kevin was a leader in turning around Putnam, where there's a waiting list. And you can see by the progress that's being made with the team, with the support, that there's momentum. I think it's in our collective interests, and that's why we're all here, to kind of make sure that that momentum accelerates, that we bring more resources to bear from the public and private sector, make sure we're aligning programs so that these kids are getting trained on programs with engagement from the private sector where they can go and get meaningful jobs and pursue higher ed opportunities if that's their opportunity. So I just want to say we're excited, and I can't commend this committee enough for their work and helping kind of bring everyone together, along with the mayor and some of his team that we've met with recently. As Madison Park goes, we think collectively across the state we can take Voc Tech to a whole nother level beyond what it's gone. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Janey, we're going to set my timer.
I'll be quick. Thank you so much. That was particularly helpful. And just thinking about some of the comments here as well as the previous panel, you know, I think it is important to kind of look toward the future around the possibilities. And so I'm just grateful for all the partners who are here who want to see Madison succeed. You know, and it's had this kind of history in many ways because it has been a dumping ground over the years, where students who didn't get their assignments in the past ended up at Madison, students who needed some sort of transfer ended up at Madison, students, it had very high levels of students with disabilities, and certainly Madison should care for and take in all students, students with disabilities, English language learners, but you know, now is the time, I think, for real investment in Madison and what it could and should be. And so, again, I'm just grateful for folks who are here. And I'm not going to take a lot of time on this panel. I know the hour's late, and there are other colleagues who are still here, and we still have another panel to get to. But just wanted to kind of thank you for your partnership. I would like to ask you, is it Terry or Therese? Okay. So you mentioned the challenge being one person, 900 students. How many, like what is it that we need to get to something that would be manageable, that would really kind of help students succeed? So you're one career specialist for 900 students.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you focus on like the freshman class or the senior, like how do you manage your workload?
Our priority would be the juniors and the seniors, particularly the seniors. They're about to go, so we're making sure that they have everything that they need. I start working with the students more so in their sophomore year, and we're preparing them with their resumes, kind of very basic resumes. They get a chance to know me and know some of the opportunities that are involved with being a part of the Boston Private Industry Council, and then more so in their sophomore, junior, senior year, when they become 16 and they have more opportunities to be able to work, then they need my services a lot more. So I'm able to then give them what they need. So the freshmen, I may introduce myself more toward the end of the year, but it's really highly concentrated in the juniors and seniors, and then what I can give to the sophomores as well.
And what kind of jobs are they going to, like we heard from the first panel, the work that Youth Build is doing? Do they go to those types of jobs, or is it, I want to work, at a bookstore and I need help with my resume? Is it anything and everything?
It
or
is the whole gamut. So in the summertime, there are a lot more opportunities. A lot more companies are offering full-time or 30 hours a week. So again, Mass DOT is one, Mass Department of Transportation. They're one of our bigger partners, but Brigham and Women's Hospital, Children's Hospital, Fidelity Investments, it's all the different places. They will hire students from the city of Boston, obviously, and from Madison Park. But then there's some who, I want to work at Chipotle. I want to work at Stop and Shop because it's right down the street from my house and I can't seem to get in. And so it's whatever it is that they need at that point. And then oftentimes it's also the adults trying to not only expose them because they may not have heard of Genzyme. They may not have heard of Vertex, and it's just like, I don't want to work there. I want to work at McDonald's. It's like, no. But listen, this is what's available. Here are your skills that you have. Here's something that you've been preparing for, but you didn't know that you were preparing for. And so that's one of the things that we're able to offer the students.
Excellent. And that's reminds me of what Judith Baker said earlier, which is that you can't aspire to what you don't know exists.
Absolutely.
So, yes, absolutely. So that's it for me.
Thank you,
Madam
Councilor
Chair.
Janey.
Thank
Councilor
you.
Baker.
Thought I was later. Excuse me. Terry, how are you today?
I am very good. How are you?
Thank you for what you do over there. So what type of job are you seeing your most success? Is there like one or two particular jobs where you really see, major successes or?
In the past couple of years, Madison has put a lot of effort into making sure that the students in our technology programs have a lot more attention. And so we've brought in panels, we've gotten field trips, we've gotten trainings and things like that. And so we've had, from one person in one of our bigger technology groups to, I want to say 7 or 8 students. And that may not seem like a lot, but it's huge at Madison. But then we also have a big auto tech program. And so Mass DOT is able to hire, a few years back, they hired, I want to say 13, 15 students in auto tech. This past summer, it was a little less.
Full-time jobs, like sort
For
of?
the summer, yes.
Oh, okay.
For the summertime. And so that's been incredible, literally just because I don't have any other jobs in automotive. And so they've been able to really, fill a great void in that way. So they've been successful in wherever their things are, but I guess the larger vocations, like auto tech or the computers, things like that, that's where we've seen a lot of success.
Good. Tim, can you talk to us a little bit about how you said that you rolled the tech school into Worcester Votech, did you? Or you made it a public school? I kind of missed
So
what
at
you were
one point,
saying.
there was, within the city of Worcester, there was the Worcester Public Schools and then the Worcester Vocational Technical, and they had their own superintendent and kind of their own administration. And the city council and the school committee voted to kind of dismantle the standalone and merge it into the Worcester Public Schools. So we tried to, in that process, ensure that the strong tradition and kind of academic excellence around, or excellence around many of the Chapter 74 programs was maintained, but knowing that ed reform coming in, the MCAS, that we needed to raise the bar on the academic side. So, and then there was the 90% reimbursement at the time, which no longer exists.
For a new building, a new
So it was
facility.
about 100, then, if the school's 10 years old, a little over 10 years old, that was a $110, $120 million school, so that was an incentive. And I would suggest that we've been able to maintain the integrity of that gold standard of the Chapter 74 programs. There's been a higher level of engagement with the business community from all different sectors on a regular basis. This wait list has occurred, which is I guess a good problem, but we want to make sure that every kid who wants and needs access has an opportunity to a Chapter 74 program, which is why we've taken some of the money, the Chamber working with the city and the school department, a pilot program around, can we start looking at summer programs for some of the kids that are Chapter 74 approved after school? If there's a kid from North High or South High, can we arrange transportation to have them come over, taught from on the Voc Tech side by a Chapter 74 approved teacher? So those are some of the things now we want to look at and explore. But I think was a decision, tough one at the time, but one worth taking.
Yeah, I actually toured the Worcester Voc Tech a couple of years ago. Really nice plumbing department, electrical department. The woodworking shop was great. Welding was really nice. How does it? Just space. Not talking, you guys are in a new building. Just space. How does it stack up to Madison Park? Is Madison Park bigger than Worcester, or are they similar in size? Do you have any sense of that?
I don't know what the square footage. My sense is Worcester Tech is bigger, and it's more of a campus. I would say from touring all the Voc Tech schools across the state, Madison Park is reflective of, I think, of what many of them were built in that era.
Yeah.
And certainly one of the reasons, and one of the things that we're advocating for with the Alliance of Voc Tech Ed is, and we've sat with the treasurer and others, is can we look at money for Voc Tech, not just on new construction, but in some cases major rehab, because some of the programs have changed. And that's one thing that is happening with our Voc Tech schools, whether they're regional or in district, is they've added new programs to meet the needs. So life sciences and biotech is a focus now of some of the Voc Tech programs in Worcester. The veterinary program that you saw is in part a piece of that related. So we've tried to update the programs to be aligned with the needs of the employer community. The single biggest issue, we have 2,300 members in the Worcester Regional Chamber of Commerce, which includes our 5 partner affiliates, 35 cities and towns in Central Mass and Southern Worcester County. I'm sure Neil probably say the same, Jim Rooney would say the same thing. Single biggest issue that we hear from our members, Carolyn, is single biggest issue we hear from our members, regardless of the size of the company or the sector they're in, is wanting a well-trained, motivated workforce, and that doesn't always mean advanced degrees.
Yeah.
It's somebody work-ready, as Terry's talked about, ready for work.
Somebody that's trainable.
And nobody does it better than our Voc Tech schools. Yeah. In Chapter 74, so how do we expand them?
Yeah, one more question, Madam Chair. Terry, is the City of Boston hiring anybody over there? I know we used to, I think we used to get mechanics for the fire department. Is that happening anymore? Has that happened at all?
That's probably more, I don't think so, and definitely not through Madison Park. But I have been around when they were hiring, but I have not heard of that.
Yeah.
Neil could probably tell me a little bit more about that.
Yeah, we're hoping that the City Academy, which the mayor has launched with a target of fire, EMT, and police, will start to connect with Madison Park and create that pipeline. We once created a school called Monument over at South Boston High, which was going to be explicitly that. There's such a tortured
For police and
history as we
fire?
go. Yeah.
You mean
Monument
like
High was founded
uniform jobs?
when we did the small school piece, which in retrospect was a mistake. Divided the large high schools into the small schools. One of them, Monument High, which Matt Malone ran, was going to be a feeder into the police, fire, and EMT. It had some traction. That probably pulled some of the attention away from Madison Park at that point. Again, we've shifted focus so many times on career technical education in Boston that it's been hard to hold it together. When we get back to the building too, let's be honest, that's 2 buildings. You have the high school, and you have the Humphrey Center, which was built as a facility to serve all the high schools. That's what pulled all the vocational programs out of the high schools. That's when auto tech came out of Brighton High into the Humphrey Center. The idea was that students from all the high schools would be able to be at the Humphrey Center and go back to their sending school. That changed in '89 when Laval Wilson, and Judith might be able to correct me when I make a mistake, but that it was sort of it was a shotgun marriage. It was a forced merger of Madison Park High School, which was once Roxbury High School, with the Humphrey Center, and then suddenly we did this pivot away from the Humphrey Center being something for all the high schools. So, no disrespect on anybody who made any number of moves over the years, but we've been having trouble holding a tune for more than 2 or 3 years. That's my support for the current administration. Both Kevin and Brad, I mean, they're steady, but let's not pretend the building's not an issue, please. It wasn't designed for what we want to have happen. And I don't know how to solve that. I mean, I have a Worcester history before my Boston history in the late 70s, and I've watched everything from Ted Coughlin on out, how that all happened in Worcester. As a former history teacher, we need to study that calmly, see how that came together. And in a simpler context, frankly, we complicate things mercilessly here in Boston. But, study that history and see the flow and see how these things can come together. When people were talking about, okay, what's your one wish, is to figure out how to get everybody on the same page, because we've never been able to do that in this town.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Councilor Asabi George. And Terry, I'm glad you mentioned a couple points that I would just like to highlight, that as it relates to the vocational aspect at Madison Park, we don't do a good job in terms of training people that don't speak English as their first language. And I represent an area in the city. A lot of my constituents speak Cantonese or Mandarin, so that's a concern for me. I also, like many of my colleagues, have a high concentration of Spanish-speaking constituents as well. So that's probably a conversation all of us should be having with the school department. So thank you for that. You look at these great companies, Verizon, Vertex, GE, all these great colleges, universities, hospitals. And Terry, you mentioned you're one person trying to interact with 900 students. I mean, you almost ask yourself, where are these GE companies? Where's Vertex? Where's, where are these colleges and universities? They're a half a block from Madison Park. And what are they doing? If it's one person for 900, I think the business community is not doing their job in being in the game. They want highly trained and educated workers, which we all do, but let them invest some money and let them invest some personnel and be active in helping our Boston Public School students. We need them in this. We need them in this partnership. Madison Park is going to be a great school again. But we need the business community to get off the sidelines and to be an active partner. I'm not focusing at you, but I'm just going to focus it at the business community, that they need to do more and they need to be part of the solution. And part of the solution is invest in your money, invest in your personnel, and making sure that our kids that go to public schools in Boston have the education and training so that they're able to get a decent job in the booming economy. If the Boston economy is booming and kids from our neighborhoods can't get a job, to me, that's not booming. But again, I just want to say thank you to the people on the panel, and also I'd like to recognize the great work of Tim Murray that he's done for so many years in Worcester and across the state as well. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Flynn. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Councillor Asabi George, and thank you to the panelists for being here. Thank you for your hard work. Terry, thank you for your testimony. Lieutenant Governor, thank you as well. I think I think we have great examples right here in the Commonwealth. We don't have to sort of go outside the Commonwealth of how you take a institution and sort of revitalize it in such a way that it meets the needs of the students and the community and all those who are investing in that institution. I think Worcester Tech is one example of that. I mean, they are crystal clear that what you see today wasn't always the case, right? There was work, there was dedication. I think, it goes back to my questions even for the first panel, which is what was the response from those who have the immediate and direct power, frankly, to say we're going to do A, B, C, and D. And so I think once we hear that, all of us who are here, I think, want to be willing participants and partners in that work. I think the business community in Boston wants to step up, wants to invest, but they want to do it in such a way where there's a plan and sort of a plan as to how they can show up with respect to that plan. I think the same thing for community and residents who live, say, in my district, including Codman Square, which I represent, who want to play a role, even if they don't have students in our system. They still care because they care about the young people in the city of Boston. They want to know how can they show up also as part of the solution, not just for Madison Tech, but for our educational system as a whole. And I think once we define that, and not in concrete ways, there's some flexibility around that, but define it in such a way that it's not just all the solutions and ideas, many of which were shared today or at other meetings, but with a timeline and goals and metrics attached, and clear ways in which all of these stakeholders can show up in the work, I think people would jump at the opportunity. And I think Worcester Tech is one example of that. The VET program there is phenomenal. I don't know that the VET program would have showed up if Worcester Tech looked like they didn't have a plan or that they weren't in a space of thriving and meeting the needs of the community. People want to show up, they want to invest if they know there's a plan, if they know we're all going to be in this, we're going to invest, we're going to do the hard work. And I think at this point, I'm excited for what you guys shared. I also, Terry, where you sit at Madison, I remember getting jobs at Latin School through the PIC office. And there's more resources that flow, I think, through that space because of some external resources. And I'm still in touch with folks who ran that PIC office when I was there as a student.
Nice.
So I hear you on the inequities in the human capital and in the infrastructure of systems that are available to folks who, say, attend Madison. So I think a part of this plan absolutely has to be a rebranding and how folks in the community want to talk about Madison. It can't be separate and apart from a larger plan of all of our schools, and I just love that yes. Because our children are the future, right? But I think there is a willingness, each counselor, particularly maybe the district counselors hear this, for folks to invest in our communities, to invest in our districts. Dorchester, Mattapan are my biggest neighborhoods. They are the students, not just at Madison, but at the open enrollment high schools. And so the question is, what is our plan? What is our vision? What are the details surrounding that? And we alone can't do it from the council side. All of us have to be in this together. And so I continue to say I want to be a partner in this work. And I just know that we need more of we need to pull in the administration as well. And I'm excited to continue to push the envelope. So thank you for all that you're doing. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Campbell. Councilor Siomo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, panel.
Hi.
I just wanted to clarify something Lieutenant Governor said about the facility. Have you been to Madison Park? I'm assuming.
A couple times.
And you said that Worcester was a much bigger facility. Did you say that?
The current, I don't know square footage, my perception of the current Worcester Technical High School seems to me bigger than.
The only reason I asked, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, is, the previous panel, the capacity at Madison Park was 1,500. So I want to make sure that we're kind of all on the same page, especially when it comes to the facility. And I say that to my colleagues, too. We have a smaller building with capacity for 1,500 kids to more or less try to do the same thing that Worcester is doing, which I haven't had the opportunity to visit, but it is the gold standard from what I hear from my colleagues and others on voc ed. So I'm just...
Councilor, I guess I answer that, and some of it builds upon what... I'm not saying that a school the facility is not an issue, but let's not make it an excuse for the
Agreed.
lack of
Right.
investment in capital, maybe staffing over the years.
Right.
And I think it's critically important, and I think this is something we can celebrate some success with, is when you see the academic progress that has taken place, you know, with some stability and, you know, since Kevin's been there and people are paying more attention to us and understanding the importance of having a successful Madison Park, how the importance of that is for the kids and for the greater Boston, the Boston economy and the greater Boston economy. So it's 3 yards, right? 3 yards at a time.
Yeah.
Use the Patriots or
3.5 to get to
use the
first
hockey.
down.
Use the hockey analogy. One shift at a time, right? That counts. But we've got to do that, and I think it's sticking with the plan. And when we have Madison Park to where we want it to be, and we have that engagement with the business community and others that we want to have, then I think it's the right time to say, okay, what's the long-term capital is, you know.
Right.
But I think having toured a number of the other schools across the state that have waiting lists that are doing well, some of their facilities are, I would say, equivalent. So there is probably a need, but I wouldn't say there are things we can do now to make Madison successful in its current footprint.
And I'm not suggesting otherwise. I just wanted to kind of be on the same page on what our needs are, right? Facility-wise. You know, how long ago did you build Worcester?
I think it's just over 10 years now.
10 years, so, you know,
Right,
we
Jim?
haven't, I mean, Dearborn is probably one of our,
Oh, yeah, it took 40 years off our lives, but yeah.
but to actually have expectations and goals about the facility itself, the programming, right? I guess you got to start with the programming and then fit the space around the programming. Are we even there with Madison? Do we have that vision yet laid out? I guess I should be asking the school department.
No, I mean, I think that's part of our ask.
Right.
Is that
right.
happen, a program analysis as well
And then,
as
I
the
know I'm
facility
running
piece.
short on time. What kind of partnerships, Tim, do you have in Worcester that we may not have in Boston right now?
Well, you know, each sector or kind of voc tech program within the school, traditionally across the state, they have business advisory groups that come in quarterly, sometimes more often, to say to the plumbing department or to the vet tech program, or could be to the biotech program. Here's what the current industry standard is. You know, here's where we think it's going. You know, what do you need for equipment? Or you know, we can bring students in and train them here. We can bring faculty to see the latest process.
Right.
So that is, I think, what Kevin talked about. What is so critical is that constant business community engagement with the students, with the faculty, with the leadership, so that, you know, you're not teaching kids theories and practices on equipment that's, and one of the things that the business community really stepped up to do when Worcester Tech was created was to create investments in these trusts so we could modernize the equipment on a regular basis. And look at, there's this thing called enlightened self-interest.
Right.
If the biggest need for the employer community is well-trained, well-educated people, it probably makes more sense and more cost-effective them to invest and donate equipment where a certain percentage of those employees maybe will come to work for them.
Right.
And we see that. The diesel tech program I mentioned is a good example of tri-state trucking in Shrewsbury on Route 20, Route 9. I mean, they're hiring kids. They're making $60,000 a year right out of South High School.
Right, right.
And that's what we got to be doing. And some of those kids, they can earn and learn. They want to go to Quincy and get their associates at our local community college, and then they got their associates, and they say, you know what? They've got a articulation agreement with WPI, and I'm going to go on.
Right.
You know, so we're creating those pathways without the burden of student debt.
I would just glom onto one. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just want to say one thing. As far as the business community is pretty involved with BPS and with Madison Park, one of the challenges is that there is not a coordinated or cohesive plan when it comes to their involvement and their engagement. There's no centralized point that keeps track of even every engagement in the city. So we don't actually know, either in dollar amount or actual personnel, how much businesses invest in Boston Public Schools. We know it's a pretty good number because a lot of them are doing a lot of different programs. But one of the clear challenges to this going forward is having that plan. Councilor Campbell talked about it a little bit, having some sort of dedicated resource in the form of staffing that manages it for the city and for Madison Park.
Right, I would just add that our business community hires more high school students in the summer than any city in the country per capita, bar none. No one's even close. That said, we've lost the school partnership concept, along with most of the locally run corporations, that once typified business engagement with the high schools. Each corporation had a specific high school that evolved in the mid-'70s, and that was the way it was. The business community is very much metro now. Very much metro now, and we haven't come up with collectively, the chamber, the PIC, everybody involved, with a collective theory of partnership, pathway partnership, as I think the phrase we're starting to use, where companies invest in a specific school population, a specific faculty, a specific facility. I mean, Worcester Tech, the businesses that employ out of Worcester Tech were involved in designing the facility. Ted Coughlin got the upfront 3-year refresh commitment from them in the beginning. They were very much present at the creation of something new. That is not necessarily transferable to our situation. So we have to come up with a different theory of action for business engagement with the pathways that are taking shape at Madison Park and other high schools.
And I think Tim said that you had the investment in the planning before Worcester Tech was even a success. You had it in the growth of Worcester Tech.
Yeah, I mean, I think, there was a bit of a bet that we build a new school that's going to create an excitement, and people would give a new look at it, though it had, I think, a decent track record, but there were some who kind of didn't see it, as the school of choice. But I come back to this, that I do think Boston is unique, and there are real challenges with corporate acquisitions, and maybe there's less number of decision makers that sit in Boston than other places. But you still have more resources than any other city in Massachusetts, or New England for that matter. And I don't want you to discount what you're doing here. The fact that 11 members of the Boston City Council, the chief of staff to the interim superintendent, that the mayor worked with the council to put that allocation outside of the school budget for the welding program, that these hearings, not just today, but a couple that you've had before, have generated a growing amount of attention. There is an opportunity here to put concrete numbers and things behind the proposal. And I don't mean this in any way, I'm going to be careful here. In this building for a long time, people outside the building waited for a signal of whether they should come forward on an issue or not. And they sometimes it happened in the governor's office too.
Happens in a lot of offices.
and people were afraid sometimes to, should we or can't we, or should, what are they, and I think the fact that you've got 11 councilors here and a mayor that comes from this background and understands the important work that it does, and you've got leaders from some of the Boston organizations here in this room, and leaders in higher ed, friends who've been at this fight for Madison Park for a long time. There's a moment here. And the question is, are we going to seize the moment and put hard concrete numbers and resources, both from the public-private sector? So don't discount what you're doing here, and thank you for what you're doing.
And thank you all.
Thank you, Councilor Siomo. I'm seizing back the microphone before I get run out. I would say we have seized this moment. I think there's a desire on our part to put additional political pressure on the room that the white smoke sometimes comes out of. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Councilor. Frank Baker used to get signals, but they were always the wrong one. That's what I recall. Anyway, Lieutenant Governor, great to see you again. Carolyn, Terry, nice to see you. Neil, my partner in crime for 10 years, 9 summers. You've done an unbelievable job with all of the kids that grew up in Boston, and we always joked for years that you were either a red shirt or a pick guy, but one way or the other, if you're from like 28 to 50, you probably had a job under us at some point in time. And we know that the Boston Miracle was no miracle. It was because kids went to work, And that was really what it's all about, and that's what this is all about. I'll be very, very short. Everybody's kind of summed up but, Neil touched on something that's been running through my head. This building is still an issue. Like, we continue to talk about Madison Park and Vocation Tech, yet there's the O'Brien Schools right next to it. And it's in the same building. And Matt and I were saying, we're gonna head down to Worcester and go see it. If you wanna come with us, you can drive. So, we're gonna head down there. Because I think you get a real good feeling of a building when you're in the building and you talk to the kids in the classrooms and you hear what's going on. And the feeling at Madison Park, and I may be wrong, but this is the feeling that I got from last spring when I was there, is that the O'Brien kids are upset because they feel that they're an exam school and they're the only exam school that shares another building with somebody else, and they should have their own building, and there is a bit of animosity there. So as we expand our thought around the vocational tech of what could possibly happen in Madison Park, we really have to kind of push that elephant out there and realize that some major changes are going to have to be made. So if there truly is a will, whether it's from within or from without, if it's political will, however you want to describe it, if this is going to happen, we really need not Band-Aids, but we really need to tackle it and make sure something big happens and make it something that will happen and stick for a long, long time. And it just sounds that what's going on in Worcester, actually my nephew's at Worcester Polytech, and he's mentioned the tech school there before. He went to Tantasqua right down the street, which is just way too far out for me. But, what's going on there is a very positive thing, and that can happen in Boston. And, if we're going to commit and make sure we're right in the middle right now of Build BPS, if you're aware of what's going on there, this is the time. I mean, the time is now to really be bold and make a decision that's going to positively affect the city for the next, 40 years. And if it's a dedicated person at Madison Park that's bringing in the businesses, that's bringing in the colleges, that's talking to people and being that funnel, if you will, of what's coming into the building, then we need to commit that. This is a $1.6 billion budget, and we're having trouble finding one person to bring in all businesses and all schools. I find that troubling. And as we go through the BPS, Build BPS, this whole strategy, this whole plan, we need to make sure that, what's happening over there is addressed, whether it's a real space issue or an issue of feeling. It doesn't matter. It still has to be addressed, and that's just my opinion. I appreciate everything you've done, and Lieutenant Governor, great to see you again. And I look forward to probably another hearing or a follow-up with BPS. We can kind of get some answers on how we fill those 500 seats with positive kids who are going to be influenced for the rest of their lives, and how we can fit them in a school that seems to not have enough room now. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Neil, Terry, Carolyn, Tim, thank you all. And Governor, I agree with you. It does seem like the timing is right, and there's a huge opportunity. We always refer to Lieutenant Governors as governor, so and he'll always be mine. That's why I got my pin here.
Thank you, Matt.
I appreciate what you said, and I think that is right. And again, the leadership that the authors have put forth in this and the work that's happening, it's exciting. So I want to close with sort of some brief questions. And the last, well, the screens have shut off, but recommendations from my colleagues talk about sort of reform of Chapter 74 funding, which is something I think many of us agree with. That's sort of a larger issue to deal with. But as it relates to Madison Park Technical Vocational High School, prioritization of campus of Build BPS, create a real plan for partnership with outside partners, many of whom are sitting with us right now, create a real admissions application process, complete program analysis in partnership with industry leaders, and consider implementation of 2012 Innovation School Plan. I guess my question is, what would be one thing that you would like to see the council help facilitate sort of in the weeks and months ahead as it relates to Madison Park? It could be one of these ideas. It can be something a little more esoteric. And, Neil, if we want to start with you and go all the way down.
Yeah, I'd go back to what the previous panel was saying. Get the word out to the 7th and 8th grades that you pay attention to, particularly district counselors, who are able to look at the 7th and get to know your 7th and 8th graders. Use promotion of vocational technical education in Madison Park specifically as an opportunity to get that communication going with school leaders, teachers, and students in the 7th and 8th grades within your districts. I think that would just get down with the folks on this one and be having conversations with families as well as educators about Madison Park. Take this buzz out into your streets, your schools, your neighborhoods, and keep the buzz going.
It's great we're sharing it here, but the audience isn't in this
You just
chamber.
got to get to the decision makers, the families that are deciding where to send their children to high school. That's the next frontier here. And yeah, Madison Park has got to be a school of choice. To be a school of choice, more people need to want to go there than it can accommodate. That's not the situation right now. You've heard Tim talk about Worcester and South and North and all this. They get twice as many applicants for Worcester Tech as they can accommodate, so they've had to develop these programs in the other high schools to deal with the families who are upset because they can't get into Worcester Tech. What does it take to make that happen? All the things we've talked about, but it starts with the buzz, the demand, families wanting this for their children. You know, that balance of, you know, how do I get my children positioned to be financially independent? I mean, that's the drive among families, and if Madison Park can be seen as the pathway, it will become the school of choice.
Thank you.
I hope I'm going to make this into one. One of the things I'm very fortunate about is I'm not as politically savvy as a lot of people, so I might say something and I'll just kind of go for it. So one of the things I think about with Madison Park is the culture within and the culture without. So as students in the culture, they may feel a certain way about being next to O'Brien. You know, so students are feeling like, oh, I'm not as smart as the O'Brien kids. My bag isn't as big as the O'Brien kids. And they say that and they feel it and they internalize that. So they feel that. So I know that you were speaking about the O'Brien students, not that I don't care about the O'Brien students. I used to work at O'Brien, I love O'Brien, but I'm not sure if that's the biggest issue. But the culture at the school has to change, and that kind of comes from within. So I fully understand I don't understand how council works. I don't understand how policies work and things like that. But I also understand that a lot of decisions are made outside and not inside. And so a lot of decision making kind of comes down from outside. And we're like, why did anyone choose that? Who thought of that idea? So one of the things that I would say, if in an ideal world, if there was any way that we could not be punished for having a low attendance, like have a freedom to be able to change a culture without being penalized. So if a student is not behaving well, for there's all different reasons, but if they're not behaving well, if they're not coming to school enough, that we say, you know what, you are not allowed to come back to Madison. And create a demand of, I want to get in, I want to knock on that door. Right now, it's like, it's a free-for-all. So if you're here, you can stay here, you can bring your cousin, you can stay, you don't have to do a whole lot. And so people are feeling like, well, why should I come to school at 7:30 and my counterpart comes at 8:30 and we still graduate at the same time? So there's a culture there that no one is, maybe it's a political, maybe it's not, I don't really know, but unless we're able to change that and not be penalized for it, that's going to be a long, hard road. So maybe the building needs improvements, maybe we don't. It's a large building. We still have 500 people that we could still fit in there. So I'm not thinking that the capacity is the issue. But if we're not dealing with the things that are inside from the people who are already inside, then it's really not going to change in a long run. And to be able to give us that time frame of, not just within a year, although we would love to see changes happen. It's got to be something that's a 3, 4, 5-year plan, not to drag it out, but to allow that culture to change so that it is looked at as a place that I want to come to, I want to send my kid to, I want to be a part of, and so that the community can also recognize how great it is.
Correct.
So that's would be what I would
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Carolyn?
I was glad to see the program analysis was listed as a short-term goal. I think that's the most important. I would like to see that perhaps expanded a little bit to include not just the academic offerings, but some information on student outcomes in terms of what the pathways are, things like credentials that they're earning, what matriculation looks like, so what sort of post-secondary training they might be getting. professional development and training, what's offered, what might be needed, and then stakeholder engagement that we've heard a lot about. I think that's that type of analysis can be done in a 3 to 5 month period, so it's something that you can start in January or February and have it done by the end of the school year. It's something that I think the business community can be helpful with, and we're willing to be helpful with. So that's what I would say is the priority.
Thank you.
I know there's another panel, but when you decide you're going to come to Worcester, take the train, and I'll pick you up at Union Station.
There you go.
It's just a few blocks away, and we'll go up. I'm going to catch a train back tonight.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you,
Madam
Councilor
Chair.
O'Malley.
Thank
I'm sorry, Councilor Wu, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I missed my turn the first time around. I'm thankful every day that we have daycare on site, but it closes at 5:30, so such is life. I'm grateful to Councilor O'Malley for pushing us to concrete next steps. I guess process-wise, I'd be interested, sort of similar, between now and the next school year, would your suggestion be something like convening a commission that BPS sort of leads to bring people together formally on this? Are those conversations already enough, and it's not so much about talk as getting into the analysis? Is it something else process-wise to get us to some of those next steps?
Yeah, I want to build on what Carrie Teresa was saying, and that is, there we go. Give voice to the people inside. Figure out a way that each of you as prominent people can listen to students, listen to teachers, get the buzz in the building, make them feel special. They're not feeling very special right now. Level 4 is a really rough label. It's a really rough label. I never would have let that happen if I were in charge. That just was a mean-spirited thing we did to schools. This school community needs to have a sense that it can win, and that people are behind it, and that young people have voice, and that teachers have voice. And that's what I mean by grow the buzz. I follow in Terry's lead on that one because she's in the building. Give the people in the building some voice. Your prominent listeners.
And I think what I would say, similar to what Councilor Kimmel said at the beginning, that we've had a lot, it seems like there's been a lot of talk, there's been a lot of suggestions already. I'm not really sure if another committee needs to happen. It just needs to, something, like, let's check one thing off, and then maybe something else can get checked off or whatever. So all the suggestions were already really great. It's just who can do it, and then let's just check it off.
I would say I agree. I don't think it's another committee or commission is necessarily what's needed. I do think that analysis is necessary to know where we are and where we need to go and where we need to really invest the resources.
Yeah, I guess I would agree with that, and just say, looking at the analysis of every program that's offered at Madison Park, do you have that high impact business community partner? I know, for example, on the culinary hospitality, they work with the Mass Convention Center as they work on that regard. There's a process, hopefully, to try to find a high-powered allied health partner. That shouldn't be hard to find in this city, but somebody's really going to engage time, treasure, staff to kind of work with the staff and the faculty. Kevin alluded to a conversation with Suffolk, and think of all the construction that's happening. There shouldn't be any shortage of finding a high-quality, high-impact construction partner that's going to make the long-term commitment that some of the construction companies did in Worcester and some of the other sectors did. On the tech, the tech side, and all the different pieces of that. Look what's happening in Boston. The biotech, even with coming in from Cambridge to Seaport, I think those are the areas where you can sit down and say, how does the council, working with the mayor, use the pulpit of your respective offices to make those asks with meaningful input from the staff and leadership at the school? And then similarly on the budget side, where can you put dollars from the school side, the city side, to kind of help take a facility that has some challenges and put it and raise it up to kind of meet these needs, so the kids and everyone feels that they're getting the investment the school needs.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. We're going to do a quick shift. I'm not going to recess. So we're going to get, I guess I'll take a brief recess for switch. Thank you. This is our third and final panel. We do have public testimony from just a small group of folks following this panel. I really appreciate your patience. I know this has been a long hearing, but I think it's been a very thoughtful and deliberate hearing. So I appreciate your time, and I'd love you to just start here, and we'll introduce ourselves. And if you've got any prepared comments or, ooh, that's my own timer, please share them.
Chairwoman Sabi George and Council Janey and Wood, thank you so much for actually doing this kind of work, because it's extremely important and we want as an institution to support that. I'm the president of Wentworth Institute of Technology, Zorica Pantić, and it's a great pleasure to be here because Wentworth presents a blueprint for the education for the 21st century and for the new economy. As the Lieutenant Governor said, we really provide a path to career success and to upward mobility both economically and socially. And we're very proud to work with many schools and also with Madison School. We have a Center for Community Learning and Partnership. Our director, Eric Miller, is here with me. They work very closely with the Boston Public Schools and making sure, again, that we provide that access to careers and to success for our students. We have programs with Madison Tech School. We teach their welding, but also provide support for developing new programs in computer science and in construction. So we really focused on these kinds of jobs that not necessarily need the higher degrees, but are very important for the industry and for the economy to continue to grow. We also would like and work with students in terms of providing dual enrollment. So we have a number of students from Boston Public Schools and also from the Madison School coming to Wentworth to get their courses that are transferable, about 12 to 16 credits. And we work with the Beacon Pathways also to, again, provide programs in computer science and construction management, and that will be starting in the spring of 2019. So we're very interested in working with Boston Public Schools, but especially Madison School.
Great. Thank you so much for being here. Dr. Lusso.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Marva Loazo. I am the Dean of Recruitment at Benjamin Franklin Institute of Technology. We are a small technical college. I guess we could say we're the college version of Madison Park. We offer a lot of programs that are middle-skilled jobs that provide middle skills opportunities for students, as well as one bachelor's degree program in electrical engineering. So we serve the same population of students. We have about 550 students total at Benjamin Franklin, and we serve most of those students that are coming from the Boston area, and about the majority of them coming from Dorchester, Mattapan, and Roxbury. So it's the same population, the same issues that Madison Park sees, we see, the same support networks that we provide. We work with Madison Park to provide. We're one of the larger groups of the students that enroll in the dual enrollment program, where we have about 20 students who are enrolled in our dual enrollment program from Madison Park. And I think the reason is because we offer similar programs, vocational programs, at our institution. So we provide a lot of support services for our students. And what we do is that we eliminate all the barriers that impede in the students' success. And so we work with the school, especially with the administration at Madison Park, as well as the support services that we provide at Benjamin Franklin, so to try and eliminate those barriers. So we understand that population, we work with that population, and so it's easier for us to partner with Madison Park. And so we have a program called ASAP where we have 20 students in that program where students are able to complete a year's worth of education at Benjamin Franklin for free. Their textbooks are paid for. And so we're providing that level of support without having to worry about any financial barriers that they face. Once they graduate from Madison Park Vocational Technical High School, they can enroll at Benjamin Franklin just having a year to earn their associate's degree. So and there's opportunities for them to either continue their education or to get a job after they graduate from the associate degree program. So we offer a lot of support for our students that participate in Madison Park, and we work well with them to get them through to graduation. Because for us, it's not about getting in; it's about graduating and getting a good job.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Robinson, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Valerie Robertson, president of Roxbury Community College, and I'm a resident of Dorchester. Roxbury Community College is a next-door neighbor to Madison Park High School, and so we have a lot of support, a lot of love for their students. Their success is our success. So we're serving students from the same catchment area, Dorchester, Roxbury, Mattapan. Anytime that again, their students are successful, it's a product of the community. I've been at Roxbury for 5 years now, and I started with a program that some of you are familiar with, which we called RoxMap. It was an opportunity to try to do what we're still trying to do now, which is to enable students to learn about career pathways, connect them to employers, and give them the opportunity to earn college credit. The program has been expanded, and we still continue to serve students in dual credit. In fact, we have one of the first students in RoxMap will be graduating this spring. Before he graduated high school, he took 15 credits, which is a full semester of work before he finished at Madison Park. So he is just an example of the potential that I believe exists in all of the students. And if anything, what I hope is that we're looking for ways not just to involve a few students in a few special programs, but that we're looking at the systematic changes that are necessary to ensure that every student has the same opportunity for success. I just want to tell you briefly about one of those opportunities that we're working on currently with Madison Park. As many of you from the community know, Roxbury has been dedicated to green technologies with the building of solar canopies for our parking lot. We were able to not only solve some of our infrastructure problems, but to add to the green economy. Just to give you an example, in the summer before, we installed the solar canopies and we sell that energy back to the grid. Our bill was close to $200,000. This last summer, it was about $30,000. So this is the kind of emerging technology that we really want to get students involved in. And once we put up the solar canopies, then the business community started to come to us and say, what can you do to help us to have the individuals that are employed in this new field? A field that pays $65,000 a year. A field that now with the businesses and new construction that are going in Boston, every company has to be concerned about having these highly skilled, what used to be vocational workers, but are now the jobs of the future. So with the smart building technology, some of the first people that we asked to be on our advisory board, and we have advisory programs for all of our vocational type training programs. Madison Park faculty were the first to volunteer, as well as many business communities. The thing that only stops us at this point are the seed dollars that make these new programs happen. And that's not an easy fix because we are the state-funded school, and this is a city issue that we're trying to work hand in hand. It's an opportunity that we could lose if we don't find ways to work together as these two agencies. And so that's the ask that I leave for you, is to look for ways in which we can enable our state colleges and universities to work with the public school systems. We're not getting the resources that other parts of the state get to support these kinds of partnerships, but I think that there's one opportunity here where we already have the business partners, we already have the curriculum, we already have the willing students. We just need some ways to work out the bureaucracy. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. Councilor Janey.
Thank you so much. And thank you again to this panel. Thank you for your engagement on this important issue and for your patience. I know this has been a long hearing, but a very important hearing. I've had the pleasure of visiting at least two of the institutions, Wentworth and RCC. I'm very impressed with what I've seen at both institutions. Certainly hope to visit Ben Franklin at another time. So, I think what you offer, your students, is so important, and the more that we can give access to high school students in Boston Public Schools, the better off we'll be in closing this gap. When we're talking about an income gap in our city, also opportunity and achievement gaps in our city. I know from my conversations with you as school presidents that you guys are doing a lot to make sure that you are serving people from the community. I'm, grateful for the work that you're really targeting at Wentworth, Roxbury students in BPS, and I know you serve folks from all over, Dr. Robinson. And my nephew went to Ben Franklin, so. I'm interested in hearing about the existing partnerships at Madison that you have. What would be needed to strengthen, deepen those partnerships? How can we be more intentional around not just serving BPS students, which is obviously very important, but making sure that there is special attention being given to Madison Park. And, I say that because you guys each have this kind of unique space when we're talking about higher institutions of learning. You mentioned it yourself, that Ben Franklin is kind of the adult version of what Madison seeks to do. So I'm just interested in what is needed to kind of strengthen or deepen the partnerships that exist. And what else, what more investment is needed? Who else needs to be at the table?
Well, I think we need to have the industry very much engaged and involved, because this is really something that we as institutions provide great workforce for those companies and making sure that they continue to thrive. So having those partnerships and working with them to provide scholarships to the students, and I have to say Wentworth is one of the most affordable private institutions in the city and beyond. Having those special scholarships, let's say from industry for students from Madison High to come to us or to Roxbury or to Ben Franklin would be extremely important. And whatever scholarships really the city has for Boston Public Schools to focus on, certain number of those toward the Madison Tech School. We, as an institution, provide, as I said, a great path to career success. Our placement rates are 98% within 6 months of graduation, and the starting salaries are among the top 10 in the New England region. So that is really important to have those close relationships and partnerships to work together. And as I said, we work through our Center for Community Learning and Partnership. We have a program, a RAMP program, where we bring students to our campus before they start, but when they accept it, to learn more about the college environment and make them more successful, and actually see that their retention rate is higher than for the overall student body, which is 82%. For the students is 88%. So it's a great way of helping students. Certainly our emphasis is on, besides the other schools, working with Madison High and help them with the curriculum. But I think the key is going to be providing scholarships, some that might come from the city, some that might come from industry, but industry needs to be really engaged through this because they're the benefactors really of this kind of education.
For that, and I know your RAMP program is doing really good work and helping with the retention rate at Wentworth. I wonder if you could speak to more of the students at Madison who are currently in high school and what can we do to strengthen that relationship? So when I heard you respond, it sounded more as receiving high school students into Wentworth, as they matriculate on, but how do we help with students who haven't quite decided whether they're going to go straight to work, whether they're going to go to college, but just to kind of expose them to the opportunities that exist at Wentworth or any one of your
well, I think what we're
institutions.
trying to do, thank you for the question, we're trying really to reach out to the students when they're in their sophomore year because they need to get ready for the curriculum that is at the university or at the community college. So talking about the opportunities and the opportunities to pursue higher degrees and the jobs that are at the end of all of that, I think it's going to be extremely important. And that's what our Center for Community Learning and Partnership does, and also our faculty go to those schools and work with them. So getting the information out, getting the role models, our students going there, or the working professionals or the faculty is going to be very important.
So one of the things that we're doing is we're working with Madison Park to look for a grant to develop a math lab. Math is very important, especially for students who are coming to Benjamin Franklin. Even though we're an open enrollment school, students do struggle in math, no matter whether it's Madison Park or anywhere, any other BPS school or high school. Math is just a place where they struggle. So working with Madison Park in developing a math lab where we can figure out ways to help students improve in the areas of math. The other thing is that we're looking to figure out ways that we can work with Madison Park with the students starting in 9th grade. That needs to happen. Like, students are not thinking about college until they're in 12th grade. And so, they're not prepared with their grades, and, they don't start to realize how important their grades are up until 12th grade. So we want to start talking to them about college in 9th grade and the opportunities that they would have, doing that. So those are some of the things that we're trying to figure out how to work out with. We need the resources to do that. And Benjamin Franklin Institute of Technology is not a rich college. We're not. But we are committed to serving this population of students. We want to and we need to increase the population that are coming from Dorchester, Mattapan, and Roxbury. So these are the population that we want to serve. And so we're committed to doing whatever we can to make that happen.
Thank you.
As I mentioned, we have quite a few programs with Madison Park. Dual credit is probably the largest. We have many of their faculty who serve on advisory boards for our curriculum to ensure that more students can transfer seamlessly, so we need their help. We are working on another new partnership with Babson College, where students can take an entrepreneurship class at Madison Park. It would be for dual credit, but it would actually be through both Babson and RCC, so the student would have a course towards a program at either of those institutions. We're also developing new programs in cybersecurity and IT. We have both short and long-term programs in healthcare, criminal justice, business, and education. So those are some of the links that we have from a curricular standpoint. I think one of the things when you start talking about closing the gap is to realize that both RCC and Madison Park are longtime chronically underfunded schools, that these are institutions that have made a way, but that they still always suffer from kind of being behind and not having the funding that is necessary to run a school adequately. But if there was something that I would ask your help with is helping us to find ways to get to parents. And as was mentioned, one of the counselors mentioned that Madison Park has a high number of immigrant families. You know, one of the first things I learned when I came to Boston, we had a meeting for the parents for Rock's Map and the students. And about halfway through, there was so much chatter in the room, I wondered, you know, what was happening. And I looked to see that all of the students were translating for their parents. So that's one of the things that I think that we can make an immediate impact, is helping students to understand it in English or in their own native language, but also to understand the finances of college. And one of the things that I'm really grateful for is the mayor's new program for free tuition for students. But still, I find so many parents don't know about it. So many parents don't understand that. And it's an opportunity that's being missed. It's already out there. So helping us to get the word out about that program and directly speaking to parents and students, not only about that, but also about debt. That's the other thing that students don't understand, that when they take out loans to go to college, how difficult that can be to repay those funds.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wu.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my one question, and I think just go back to my office and watch the live stream just to remove the distraction. He's approached his limit. And I wanted to engage you all on your perspective, not just as partners and treasured partners, but as experts in the field. So we've heard a little bit throughout from colleagues and others on the different role that vocational technical education should play. Is it for students who don't want to go to college? Is it for students who are getting a technical certification to then go on to higher education in some form or another? When we visited Worcester's Voc Tech school, it was almost 80% or maybe more of their students went on to some sort of secondary or higher education. So if you were advising BPS on how to think about Madison's role, like what percentage of our students should go directly from graduation at the school to a career earning a certain amount of money, or versus what percentage of students should be going on to one of your institutions, and how do we think about what that trade-off means?
Well, I would say that probably about 60 to 70% might want to go directly into the workforce, and then probably about 30% through dual enrollment being ready to go to colleges. I think those are students who might not necessarily be aware of all the careers that are available after the high school, but if they are reached early enough in their schooling at the Madison School, I think they can decide to pursue actually the dual enrollment, get enough credits to be able to get into college. I think that many of them will be ready by that time. And certainly, as I said, we work closely also with the faculty at the Madison High School to develop programs in computer science, construction management that eventually can lead toward a bachelor's degree.
I think college is an opportunity for everyone. It's just finding the right fit. And so what we need to do as higher educational professionals is that we need to spend more time in the high schools like Madison Park. You know, and you know, where we see students that don't have a college-going mind, that's where we need to change their minds. College is an opportunity for everyone to discover what they're capable of. And so that is our responsibility as higher educational professionals, is to get them interested into going into college. And so, that's why I go back to where I said before, where we need to start thinking about working with ninth graders, because we have to get them to thinking about the opportunities that they would if they earn an associate degree or even a bachelor's degree, and what opportunities that there are out there. It was mentioned before that, people don't know what kind of careers are out there. They just know lawyers, doctors, and, entrepreneurs. They don't know the word entrepreneur, but they know starting their own business. So, those are some of the things that we have to work with them on and figure out what opportunities that they could have and where they can get started and how to get there. And it could be starting at a place like Benjamin Franklin or Roxbury Community College or Wentworth. And then they could figure out their opportunities from there. But college should be available for everybody, and it's just finding out what's the right fit for them and the opportunities for them, what happens after they graduate from it.
I don't know if I can advise you on the split, partly because I do feel like everyone should have the opportunity to go to college if that's what they desire to do. But for speaking for somebody, it's so difficult to make a decision about a career or a lifetime when you're 13, 14, even 18 years old. And so therefore, I try to make sure that programs really prepare students to make that choice whenever they make that choice. So it's hard for me to think about separating the traditional vocational schools because, as you mentioned, Counselor, even at Worcester Tech, 60–70% of those students are connecting to four-year programs because the world is changing and the knowledge that we need is so far beyond high school. So, I think that we have to think differently about making sure that everybody has the opportunity to understand both working directly after high school and not working after. And what are the consequences for that? And how are you going to actually support your family with an income? So it's got to be a skill that you've developed or some business plan that you have that's going to support you without going to college. So I don't know if that really answers the question, but I don't know that we can afford to think that, the way that the world is changing right now, that we can limit how much education we provide for students.
Let me make a comment. When I talked about percentages, I think some students will not be able to, either for financial reasons or other reasons, to go to college directly. Might not be even prepared to go to college directly, but I think they all have to learn that there are opportunities afterwards, even if they work a few years in a company, in industry, in a trade, that they can come back and actually get additional education. And that's what we do at Wentworth. We work at, let's say, some of the unions, electrician union, and have actually students or working professionals come for their associate degree. We also worked with those who are in construction. We had one student who came to us from the working position, received his associate degree, continued working toward the bachelor's degree, and ended up with a master's degree last year. So I think we have to educate everybody about all these opportunities, that you have the opportunity to go to college, but maybe not right away. There is a time for everybody, and I agree that everybody should have the opportunity to get that kind of education, but maybe not at the same time or the same sequence.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for your patience and participating in today's hearing. We are going to now move on to public testimony. And I'm going to read from the sign-in list, although I know a number of you signed in, perhaps in error. But first on our list is Kevin Farr from MAVA. You can either sit down or there's a stand-up podium in the back where the laptop is. And then after Kevin is Don Walsh, and then Joseph Smith, and Jim Caradonia. You're my first four on my public testimony list. And Kevin, just before you speak, I want to just thank you very much for a lot of your guidance and work in this effort today.
Well, I've learned as much, councilors, today as I have to share. And if it wasn't 6:30, I would definitely be, I took quite a few notes, and I look forward to the future, working with you. My name is Kevin Farr. I'm Executive Director of the Massachusetts Association of Vocational Administrators and a co-chair of the Alliance for Votech Ed with Mr. Tim Murray, obviously Lou Finfer, and Julie Hackett. Massachusetts Association of Vocational Administrators is comprised of over 55 schools in the Commonwealth, the 26 regional schools, and all the other schools that have Chapter 74 career and technical programs within them. And we represent the administrators, the teacher leaders, and the leaders of the future. We help to train through 2 leadership academies and through Summer Leadership Conference, train the teachers. As a former teacher at the Upper Cape Cod Regional Technical School, where I spent 33 years as a teacher and administrator, and retiring in 2012 as their superintendent, I can tell you that there is no greater gift than the Massachusetts model for career and technical education in Chapter 74. And it is my distinct honor as the executive director to support the efforts of Kevin McCaskill and his faculty going forward in the future. So whatever we can do, my membership, over 50,000 students in career and technical education in the Commonwealth, this city, our city, the flagship city of the Commonwealth, deserves, and I hope the mayor hears me as well, that this city deserves to have the best vocational technical school in Madison Park, Technical Vocational High School. And it is about branding, and to Mr. Sullivan's credit, if he's still here, it is about creating the buzz, because I remember when ed reform happened in 1993, and we all said, as academic teachers, as I was an academic teacher, if we don't get better, we're going to go out of business. But we needed to be there for those kids. And you asked questions about what kind of kids, what about going on to college, et cetera. Kids learn differently. Some kids learn better in a career and technical school, working in teams, working collaboratively. Working in a shop every other week or half of a day on, half of a day off in different models, they create a family. And that family transcends from school to the workplace when you have to work in teams. So I think it's a model that works, that's being celebrated around the Commonwealth, that's being mimicked around the Commonwealth. And our job is to make sure that the gold standard, as everyone refers to it as, continues to be held up. And I look forward to working with all of you in the future so that we can stand there and be happy with what comes next. A lot of great work has happened at Madison Park Technical Vocational High School. Right man, right place, right time. You have that leader, and we support him. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Dawn.
I'll try to be very brief. My name is Dawn Walsh. I'm effectively, or not effectively, the staff of the Alliance for Vocational Technical Education. I'm a volunteer. And I really knew absolutely nothing about vocational technical education until 4 years ago. And I was looking for something to do to fill a little time, and I got involved with Lou Finfer and Mass Communities Action Network. And I started to get involved in learning about vocational technical education and what Kevin and his peers have done throughout the state, and it's really very, very impressive. I've been with Kevin at Madison Park several times, and I'm a convert to vocational technical education. I'm a believer, and yet as a resident of Savin Hill and Dorchester, I recognize, because now I go out and talk about it, none of my neighbors know anything about vocational technical education. They just simply don't know about it. They certainly don't have a high opinion of it. And I think that there's a two-tiered approach that I'd recommend is we have to combination of sell and communicate and make aware of vocational technical education to Bostonians. You've heard the word 5,400 students on waiting lists throughout Massachusetts. We don't make that number up. I've been told, I've been to 10 voc tech schools throughout the state, and several of them have said to me, since they know I'm a Boston guy, is that the vocational technical school is the Boston Latin of that region, where middle-class parents fight to get their kids into the vocational technical school. That's not the case in Boston, as evidenced by the fact we've got 600 empty seats. So I think that we've got to, and the Alliance would love to work with the City Council and anybody else to spread the word about vocational technical education, about the quality, about the value, spread the word about that broadly, and then you get in selling Madison Park and Chapter 74 programs and other schools in the city. So I think that on behalf of ABTE, would love to work with you guys.
Thank you, John. Joe Smith and then Jim Caradonia. And then while Joe's coming down, is Linda Freeman still here? I think Linda left. And then Peter Dwar left.
Hi, I'm Joseph Smith. I live in Hyde Park. I was a 40-year employee of the Boston Public Schools, and I'm a little disappointed today. You know, I was one of the original planners of the Humphrey Center, which is the vocational wing of Madison Park High School. And boy, 40 years we put our hearts and souls into the development of that school. We had such hopes for our young people and adults. And after all of these years, I'm hearing how badly the city of Boston dealt with funding and staffing and those issues at the current building, and how hard it is going to be for the staff to come back after all of this. It's really disappointing. I do see some glimmers of hope now, but this was a building that had great promise. When we opened up, our restaurant was open to the public. When we opened up, our beauty shop was open to the public. When we opened up, we had a working child care center. We had a working school that looked like those suburban schools everybody's going out to visit. I don't get what happened. You know, there's a Chapter 74 guideline list. You follow Chapter 74, and you should be able to put a school together, particularly with the array of resources that we have in this city. The stakeholders don't seem to be committed to this school, and that really bothers and worries me. We have GE coming into the city. Are they playing any role? We set up the seaport. Did any of our kids participate in that process? I don't think a contract in this city should ever be awarded without Madison Park students being given internships and/or part-time jobs. And that would, in fact, make people aware of who we are and what our children do. You know, living in the city, I hear, oh, our kids, they just don't succeed. They don't seem to be able to do very much. Well, we don't give them an opportunity to do very much either. You know, there was a room full, and public testimony, there's not many people here, but there was a room full of important people here earlier today, and they were all committed and looking to help. Well, I want them to put their money where their mouth is, you know, and really start doing something. The power of change was in this room if they wanted it to be. And I guess I didn't see anybody from the school committee here. Someone said there might have been somebody from the superintendent's office. I don't know how much, you know, those are school people who make school policy decisions, and they just weren't stakeholders today in this session, and they need to become that. I think we can turn this around and make this. I think it was a pretty good school in the early 80s as we were developing and moving forward. I'm just disheartened about what I was hearing today, how it's really diminished, and how hard it is for this current staff to bring it back. With that, I wish you all a good evening.
Thank you, Joe. I do want to say that the school department was represented here today. We did not invite them to participate in a panel because we've had them participate in other ways over the last year.
So somebody was from the superintendent's office?
Someone was here from
someone from the school committee?
2 members of the superintendent's office. I do not believe that the superintendent, Chief of Staff Rob Consalvo, as well as
not an educator.
Another member, Ellen McDonough, was also here.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Ellen McDonough. There was no representation, as far as I know, from the school committee. That's what I just said. We did invite them to listen. It's all recorded and people do watch. Jim.
You're really ready to listen to me, aren't you? Anyway, I have some prepared testimony, so I'm just going to go through it real quick. And
please do.
My name's been mentioned a couple of times, and why I'm an interested party is I guess I was the first friend of Madison Park. And so in 1977, I became, with Joe, I was the administrative planner for the school. But before that, 1975, I was at the pilot ORC, which was actually a pilot program. It was in the old, right by the Hennigan School, over by the VA hospital. And anyways, and I ran the bilingual programs there. So we had full bilingual programs. So I heard, anyways, I can go on. After that, I worked at the school till 1988 with your dad, and with some of the wonderful people that were here today. And then I left and went to graduate school. But when I left, I was the director of vocational technical education in the Boston Public Schools. After I graduated from Harvard, I wound up in Worcester. And so I am somebody who spent 11 years of my life at Madison Park, which was then called the ORC. Matter of fact, my last job was to oversee the merger, shotgun marriage that it was. And then I spent 9 years of my life working on the transformation of Worcester Technical High School. And I must say, the mayor was my boss for 6 years. So I want to say that when that city council voted and what they turned over to us, politely, was the sow's ear. Today, it's a silk purse. And it took at least 14, 15 years of a lot of work and time and persistence and dedication and meetings with people to see what you see today. So I don't give up, okay? It all didn't happen. It all wasn't the way you see it today. Believe me, okay? Believe me. And so, but I'd like to offer, not tonight, I made a lot of mistakes, but I will tell you, many of the things, as Joe said, that we did at the pilot ORC are alive and well at Worcester Tech, okay? Because I was in charge of both. So what we learned at Worcester Tech, at pilot ORC, several of the things we put into effect. Now, people don't know that. It's not labeled because I didn't tell them, because it was just good stuff. I also recently was the vocational director in Holyoke, which used to be the worst vocational school in the Commonwealth, and now it isn't because they merged it out of existence, okay? And I worked marketing for the State Department of Education in Connecticut. I worked marketing vocational education to Hartford minority parents in order to desegregate 4 vocational schools. So I know a lot about marketing to parents, minority parents, about vocational technical education, okay? So, really quick, number one, it was very good to see you brought up the fact that vocational technical students today go on to college. Of course they do. And as the last discussion was very good, it's not either or, it's both and, because many students work when they go to college now. And it's really spiffy if you have a skill that pays you more than minimum wage, or do a work-study job in the library or the cafeteria. So think about it. You went to a vocational technical school, you got your nursing assistant, you now enroll in nursing programs, and you're working, what? As a nursing assistant. You're in the field, you're building, and that multiplies in all the other vocational areas. So don't think either or, think both and. And as said, some people go to college after. They go back. So you need to have the skills when you leave to cash in to go to college whenever you're ready. You do not want kids. You want every kid to leave college ready, because the work requires college ready skills, no matter whether you went to college or not. So talk to the employers. They want people who have college ready skills, whether they went to college or not. Okay? You're very interested in strengthening vocational education. You heard something mentioned called Chapter 74. I give you Chapter 74. It's very simple. The state that pays for vocational education said these are the criteria for vocational technical education. They're very clear. They're very common sense. They're excellent education. Okay? There's not a lot of them. This isn't a complicated system. Okay? So it's things about the curriculum. Every of the 44 vocational programs has a state-approved, in 2014, curriculum. The schools don't have to go out and develop it. and it was developed with business and industry at a state level. They're called the Vocational Technical Frameworks. I gave you a reference. You can look them up, okay? You have to have integrated academics, okay? Integrated academics and technical programs, okay? You have to assess students, their competencies. You have to have an exploratory program. You have to have, it's already mentioned, an admissions policy, and you can read those. What's been happening, and I lived it, is the state, if you think of vocational education as having two eyes, okay, they've only tested one eye, the academics eye. So when you read about the school being a level 4 and the school being this, and it's all about the 10th grade MCAS scores, not the 9th grade scores, no 10th grade, 11th, 12th grade. It's about dropout rates, it's about graduation rates, okay? That determination on the accountability does not take into consideration any of those Chapter 74 approval factors. So think of one hand clapping. Or thinking going and getting an eye test, and your doctor tests you in your right eye, your academic eye, and then doesn't test you in your vocational eye and said, I'm just going to use the reading from the academic eye to judge the vocational eye. Does that make sense? That's what's happening. Okay? So how can you do this? The state will come in and do a Chapter 74 visitation. Okay? I gave you all that information. And Madison has been doing its 10th New England Association accreditation. So that the visit happened in October with all the staff, and then the New England Association is now in the process of writing their report, and they're going to comment on their standards, which really, so you're going to get an objective, but with the development of the staff, checkup on what's going on at Madison, on the vocational as well as the academic. And so you need to get that information, so then you build on your strengths, and then you begin to shore up and strengthen, but in a systematic way. I'd like to remind you that Worcester Trade High School, before it became Worcester Technical High School, was on probation for 14 years. 14 years by the New England Association of Schools and Colleges. With 1 year, we came very close taking away our accreditation. You're not there, okay? So, you know, that's bad if that, you know, but that gets people moving. The last thing is you say, well, how can you expand vocational education? Tomorrow, okay, if you wanted to, you could start engineering programs, okay? There are 21 Voc Tech schools that now have engineering programs, and they don't take a lot of equipment, okay? Biotechnology programs. There are now 10 Voc Tech programs in the Commonwealth that have biotechnology programs. In October, there was a huge article in the Boston Globe about the biotech companies can't find employees. And robotics. There are 5 other Voc Tech programs. Again, every one of these programs has a curriculum done by the state, and every one of all these other schools can provide advice through MAVA, through the other associations on the equipment you need. But again, probably the one that requires the most equipment and maybe renovation would be biotechnology. But the other ones, depending how you do them, don't, okay? The state makes funding available through another program called Innovation Pathways, where students who are in, and as already mentioned, like in Worcester Tech, they come in from the other comprehensive high schools, but after school and during the summer, they use the facilities, okay? And expanding adult training program. What I think has happened to that complex is it was meant to be a center, and it became a school. Centers are open. They're round, they're circular, they're open all the time. Schools tend to shut down. In the Boston Public Schools, the median school is an elementary school, right? Most of the schools are elementary schools. It's a system that's set up to pretty well run elementary schools. It has a hard time running something as complex as a regional vocational technical school. Okay? There are other funding sources. You mentioned the money that comes from the state. When you look at the funding that comes to the city for Chapter 70, for Chapter 74, it's $20,138,000. Nested in there is $1,738,000 for vocational equipment. Okay? That's the money the state sends. Suggested you don't have to do that. The Perkins money that comes to the city of Boston from the federal government, last year, $1,700,000. Supposed to use the Perkins money for new programs. The governor's office has the skills capital grants that over the last 3 years has put $48 million into 157 different schools. That money is available. And there's donations from business and industry. When we opened the Humphrey Center, digital was one of our power partners. Okay? But we also had Stop and Shop and on and on and on. So those type of things. So what can I summarize from what I heard is, number one, we hear a lot about leadership, okay? I had Kevin's job in the Boston Public Schools. Then I became superintendent of the person who supervised the director of career and vocational, executive director type thing, okay? He cannot manage up. He cannot manage up. He cannot get the school board or the superintendent to do what he wants to do. They have to do that. And so when I had his job, I worked for Bud Spillane. He got it. I worked for Bob Peterkin. He got it. I worked for Rudy Crew. He got it, okay? There wasn't a problem of trying to explain to your superiors what you wanted to do. They were the people saying, are you done yet? And why didn't you do more? And why didn't you do it better? Okay? He can't be his superior, and he can't be, okay, the second thing he can't do is he can't go out and organize all the businesses in the city of Boston. That was done for us by an entity called the Trilateral Council. So my job was when they came, I was prepared, okay? Because, see, collaboration is an unnatural act performed by non-consenting adults. Okay? So you have to have people who can really help make the cross-cultural collaborations and sustain those partnerships. You just can't, well, send a memo, get over there, do something good for them, let me know. It's much more detailed than that. And the person in charge can't also be the chief development officer, okay? You can, and it won't get done. You talk a lot about recruitment. Simple example. You give workshops. I've given them to Hispanic parents, and you talk all about STEM. And you see one person turn to the other, and they go, STEM, and they go, oh, el tronco. The stem on a plant. That's what they think. That somehow this crazy educator's talking about biology. They don't know that STEM means science, technology, education, and math. And so many of the parents you're talking to come from countries that never had vocational education. They come from cities that didn't have vocational education. They come from states that might not have, believe it or not, had vocational education. So we got to really back up. And you don't sell the school just to the kid. You sell it to the parent. It's a joint decision. And if the parents don't know, then they're not going to be there pushing and sustaining their kids in that regard. So this needs a whole professional marketing approach, okay? And educators were not trained to market. But again, when I did it in Connecticut, I had a professional marketing company for $250,000 a year. Anyway, and the last thing I think is, and said over and over again, is to build on the strengths. You heard a lot of strengths tonight, but they've got to be cleaned up, okay? And you got to make sure that the strengths meet the needs of the parents. So if you're telling a parent they got dual enrollment, and they go, well, that's nice, but what does that mean? Why is that good for my kid? Okay? And you're telling them that they can go to an apprenticeship training program. Well, what is that? They might not know that this is really a good deal, you know? And so it really needs it. And so the other group of people who have to come through the vocational technical school and have to spend time there are the guidance counselors. because the guidance counselors, they don't know all this, okay? They don't know how vocational technical education. They haven't gone, many of them, to vocational technical education schools. So again, rather than just sending a memo to all the 7th and 8th grade middle school guidance counselors, and we want you to, there has to be a lot of training that goes on, okay, and how they do career development. And so, back to the future, the Boston Public Schools used to have a career development policy, and it was alive and well in every one of the middle schools. And those are the days when we could talk to the kids about, because they had industrial arts, and so they knew, and they understood their skills, and et cetera. So somehow that's got to be made up, okay? That somehow that has to be made up. So what we're willing to do, again, like I said, I was here for a while. I was at Worcester Tech. I made a lot of mistakes. Sometimes I didn't. But I'd be very happy to work with you in whatever capacity as you're getting ready. The last thing I'll tell you is you saw Tim Murray. One thing was when I left Boston and went to Worcester, what was very different about the culture was that the plans were big and long in Boston. And no one ever asked us really what did we do. In Worcester, the plans were very short. And there was constant, as Kevin mentioned before, it wasn't as much criticism, it was as a critique and of helping. And so there was a culture of accountability, okay? And that when the Humphrey Center started, remember, it was because of Judge Garrity. If there was any fighting and feuding going on, the judge just got you in court. And it was over. And get back to work. Okay, so this is going to take another accountability, okay, where people work their plan, plan their work and work their plan, okay, and support the people that are there, that are supposed to do it with a reasonable amount of time, okay, and support. So with support, okay, and with knowing what to do, which is basically Chapter 74, I have every realization that it'll happen. But that's when all else fails, you have to read the instructions, and you have to make sure that the people doing the work have the resources that they need in order to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Next, we have Todd Isherwood. Is Todd here? Gary Kaplan. Hello, Gary. And then after Gary is Elise Sutherland. And then I have Scott Murphy. Those are our last three. Oh, David Lopes. Is David here? Hello.
Hello, thank you. I'm Gary Kaplan. I'm the executive director of JFY Networks. We're a nonprofit. We are about 40 years old. We've been in Boston for a long time. Many years ago, we were called Jobs for Youth, but today we're called JFY Networks. And we have been working in and around Madison Park since Jim Caradonio was there in the 1980s. Jim was the first director of Madison Park that I worked with. We've been a partner in various ways with Madison Park since the 80s, and since 2000, we have been involved in Madison Park working on basic academic skills as measured by the MCAS. As everybody has said, and I won't dwell on this point very much, well, Jim just put it very well when he said that work requires college-level skills. That's the nature of our labor market. There are no unskilled jobs anymore. So to talk about a contrast between academic and vocational, it simply isn't, it's not functional. Everybody has to have college-level skills, which, as they're measured in our state, are not all that high. But if you can't meet something like community college entrance requirements in reading and math, very few employers want to talk to you. When you talk to employers about what they're looking for in employees, the first words out of their mouth are critical thinking, problem solving, communication, teamwork. Every employer says those things. Those skills are based on the fundamental academic skills of reading and math. Literacy and numeracy are the foundation of the vocational future and, of course, participating in a complex society like ours. So there is really no difference between academic and vocational. That's what is embedded in the term college and career readiness. Same thing, college and career readiness. When Worcester Tech was starting its turnaround, they understood that they had very low academic credibility. Nobody wanted to go to a school that was ranked the way they were at the time. They spent the first 5, 6, 7, 8 years focusing on MCAS scores to regain some level of academic credibility. And if you go back and look at the scores, you can see that in 2006, the scores start to go up, and they go up, and they go up, and they go up, until Worcester Tech reached a point where they were a level 1 high school, the top level. Today, they're the only level 1 high school in Worcester. The other 3 big high schools are all level 3. 4 big high schools are all level 3. Tech is the only level 1 academically rated high school in the city. In 2015, Madison Park's failure rate on the MCAS, on the math MCAS, spiked up to 43%. That was the year that the school was demoted to level 4. That was also the year that Kevin McCaskill came to town. One of the first things that Kevin did when he came to town was he called me and brought us into Madison Park to work on MCAS scores. I had worked with Kevin for years, going back to the early 2000s in Springfield and Hartford. So we dug in the 2016 academic year and began focusing on that debilitating 43% failure rate. Over the next 2 years, we reduced that failure rate and increased the passing rate by more than 20 points. Madison Park has had, over the past few years, the highest rate of improvement on math in the state, the highest rate of improvement of any school in the state. If we continue to improve MCAS scores and raise the academic standing, the academic credibility of the school, we can get out of level 4. You cannot get out of level 4 if you don't raise your MCAS scores. There are some other things you have to do too, but without the MCAS scores, you can't get out of level 4, and nobody wants to go to a level 4 school. So that's kind of the foundation of restoring Madison Park as a credible academic institution. So we are continuing to work. We work in many other schools around the state as well, but we're continuing to work in Madison Park. We're focusing still on MCAS math, and we are also working with EL students on language and reading skills. That is our plan. That's what we intend to continue doing at Madison Park, and if we continue to raise the academic standing of Madison Park, all the other things that need to be done are possible.
Thank you, Gary. Elise? Followed by Scott. Thank you.
Hi. How you doing?
Thank you for being here all this time.
Oh yeah, no problem. You know, I've been to these hearings before, and it's one of those things where if you can't stay, you got to cut out. I completely understand, but I tried my hardest to, like,
And
clear my
people do watch afterwards.
Oh yes, oh yes. So wanted to introduce myself. I'm Elise Sutherland. I am a Roxbury resident, long term, and a little history about myself. My parents struggled with finding the proper schooling for me growing up. So I have gone through the Boston public school system, Catholic school. I did go to the John D. O'Brien, as I guess that's a unique perspective I have in this room right now. And I also...
No, not unique.
Oh, there you go. And also, I did attend the METCO program. I went to Marblehead High School. I've always been a very hands-on learner, and today was the first time I have even heard of all of the programs that Madison Park actually offers. I was actually rather shocked. I live about 10 minutes away from Madison Park High School. And I'm only 28 years old, and I never even knew of all the programming that was offered there. And I think that if my parents would have known about the programming that was offered there, they might not have had so much of a struggle as they did with finding school placement for me. And I actually attended the O'Brien the last year that the school had open access to Madison Park, before they put up all of the doors and the security cameras to like really create a separation between the two schools. And at the time, yeah, there was definitely always that rivalry. I can say for myself, being a student that attended the O'Brien, it was more so the stigma that was placed upon Madison Park. It was a bad school. That's what everybody knew of it, that it was a bad school. And when I say bad, I mean not only the academics, but also the students who went there. That's where bad girls and bad boys went. That's where they ended up. So there was never really any sort of insight on how great the programs were there, that are there, actually are. You know, first and foremost, Boston is a title town. Like, Boston is title town. Like, we rave about that when it comes to sports. We are also a hub for education when it comes to, Northeastern, Wentworth, Mass College of Art, UMass Boston, Boston College, which are directly in the vicinity, at least, I should say, within a 2-mile radius, some of them a little bit further, around Madison Park Vocational Technical High School. It is appalling that Madison Park is not the #1 technical vocational school in the country, seeing as how we care so much about our college education and our universities. Why is there not the same emphasis put on high school and elementary? And as somebody else did state, for a very long time, it was the MCAS was drilled into us so much about this is what we have to pass, is we have to be able to pass the MCAS, not even thinking about getting into college. We weren't even thinking that far. It was, no, we have to pass the MCAS, because if I did not pass the 8th grade MCAS, then I would not have gotten into high school at all, period. And I was the first year of students that was initiated with, so there was more so a focus on passing the MCAS than there was anything else at that point in time. With us also being a medical hub, us having all of the different schools that are associated with medicine, as well as our hospitals that are here, why is it that Madison Park is not invested into more? Like, well, it's truly appalling as to why.
You'll have to wait your turn. Thank you.
Yeah. So lastly, I have worked in multiple different industries myself, okay? I've worked in the acting industry, I've been an actress. Why is it that when Massachusetts has such a major tax break for all of these movies that are coming here, and I learned tonight that Madison Park actually has a program that would help students get into the entertainment and like acting fields as far as working like sound guys and that kind of tech world. Why is it that these companies that are coming here to shoot movies are not hooking up with Madison Park? They're shooting, and I live off of Humboldt Avenue. They were shooting not music videos, excuse me. They've been filming movies all in Roxbury, all throughout Roxbury. And to find out that Madison Park has a program that, you know, could get these kids into the film industry and it's not being utilized, it's ridiculous. I've been a carpenter. I worked as a carpenter. And because I went to when I went to Marblehead High School, they did have the programs such as, you know, auto mechanics and wood shop and home economics. They had all of those classes there, but they were picked up rather quickly, usually by students who lived in the town. I don't really recall too many Metco students that even took any of those classes. But the fact is, my parents had to send me to Marblehead. They had to put me in Metco to even think that I would have the opportunity to take those kinds of classes. But they're offered right at Madison High School, which is 10 minutes away from my house. There's absolutely no sort of marketing, as they were saying, when it comes to all of the programs that are offered at the school. My sister is only 18. She just tried to apply for their cosmetology program, which I'm actually in the cosmetology program myself right now. And because she's in her senior year, she was told that she can't transition over there. I get it, it's your senior year, but she didn't even know. If she would have known her freshman year that Madison Park offered cosmetology, then she would have gone and applied. And also, this cosmetology school that I go to, Laud Newton School of Beauty, which is the oldest Black-owned beauty school in Boston, has no relation with the school as far as I know. And it's appalling that I have heard on multiple occasions they have students that leave Madison Park without their cosmetology licenses. How is it that a student can go to a high school for 4 years and not receive, or at least not be prepared enough to take their state board exam, or not being offered the assistance as far as this is the school you can go to further your education? When it comes to the carpentry, I was too old to go to any of the programs such as Youth Build or Building Pathways. I had to go to school and pay for it to get my education. And I went to North Bennett Street School, the oldest industrial trade school in the country. And it has no relationship with Madison Park High School. I was appalled. And that's part of the reason why I'm here today, because even in my adult life, Madison Park has come back into my earwaves so many different times. It's been brought up, and I felt as if it was necessary to come here today to say there's no reason why we should not be able to live, work, and play in the same area in which we were born and raised in. That opportunity should be available for everybody, not just the kids that go to school in Worcester. How is it that a town such as Worcester, which has only increased its population really within the past 10 years in an astronomical sense, why is it that their vocational technical school is so far advanced than Madison Park? How's that even possible? That makes absolutely no sense. It just doesn't. And lastly, I did want to say, I'd written down quite a few different things. This was the last piece I wanted to say. With the numbers that were thrown out by some of the people from Madison, as far as the graduation rate, as far as the increased number in people who are in dual enrollments, I believe you said it was almost a 700% increase. That sounds a lot like the rent in Roxbury right now, which increased by, only 70%, but 70% in Roxbury, and the rest of the city was only about 35%. Now, if our children are learning at such an astronomical rate, they will be able to fulfill all of the jobs that are necessary for them to be able to live in the area in which they were born in, and they will not have to be gentrified after graduation. So I just want to end on that. And thank you, everybody who stayed here, because I know it was rather late tonight, and yeah, thank you.
Elise, thank you very much. Scott Murphy, it is now your turn. You are last but not least.
Okay. How many minutes did the other speakers have? I think that gentleman had 45 by my count. And Tim Murray, how many minutes did he have? Are you chairing this meeting?
I am chairing this meeting.
And you're
This is public testimony, and we generally give 2 minutes.
Well, I would like
But
equal
because
time.
everyone's been
I would
patient
like equal time.
for public testimony, and as our panelists are allotted more time. Scott, you can either take your time now, or I can close out the meeting.
That gentleman's part of your panel, or?
I can close out the meeting now, or you
Oh,
can give
okay.
your testimony. Thank you.
Let me just preface by saying I'm the national foremost parental authority on agricultural high schools, okay? I'm also know a lot about folk schools. Can you tell me how many of the 5,400 open seats are at, or waiting lists are at Essex Tech?
This is an opportunity
Okay.
for you to give public testimony.
All
and
right,
ask
well,
questions.
since I only have a few minutes, I won't flex my qualifications, but my roommate, when I was at the University of Michigan, is quite an accomplished gentleman. He could have played in the NFL, the NHL, but he chose not to. He even passed up his redshirting year, and he ended up stepping down as chair of the University of Michigan Dental School a couple years ago, and he's younger than I am. Okay, I've done a lot. Before I went to the school, I worked 5 years for an international CPA firm. I worked for a multi-department bank, one of the largest banks in the city of Chicago. But I'm here because I'm tired of having friends and my children that are bearing their friends, or parents that are bearing their children. It's wrong. Our children should be bearing us. And so I'm very concerned. I have a lot to say about it. I didn't even come here for this meeting. I was here to ask a favor of the mayor's office for another friend bearing a son possibly, or then the parents, grieve, and they often die early as well. And I stopped by Ayanna Presley's office as well to follow up. But I'll wrap up. I won't talk about all the things about tech schools and stuff. I'd like to do it at the start of the next council meeting, or when we could work out with my schedule. I don't know the woman that preceded me, and I don't know what Ayanna's plans are for 2020, or even Counselor at Large to replace her seat. But that woman, she should have a seat at Harvard, one of the ones from Boston Latin, because she's very well spoken, very well educated, and is here late tonight to listen to me after she spoke.
Thank you, Scott. Do you have comments or any reflections?
Yes,
on
I would
today's
like
hearing?
equal time with these public speakers, so just consider it.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
This meeting is adjourned. I appreciate everyone being here until this hour.